Good thing I'm in charge. I was just looking to see if there's anyone else in the hallway. I don't see anyone else in the hallway. So I guess we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you very much for those of you that are coming in person. Hopefully everyone that wants to get online is online already because we're starting. So I have some bad news for everybody. Both Kyle and JD are sick today. So the rest of the CAD team is going to wing it for us today and see what we can get through. One thing I wanted to start with is I'm hearing a lot of things from consultants about, ODOT is moving forward really quickly with BIM initiatives and digital project delivery, and there's not enough involvement from consultants. So as we start kicking off a lot of these projects, I will have a lot more updates at the upcoming CAD meetings. And if you're in person, then I think you'll get a lot better information and participation because I want to have some dialogue on, here's some things we're working on. What do you guys think about it? Here's some things we're working on. What do you guys think about it? To give everyone an opportunity to have some input. We are reaching out to ACEC as we get to very specific things to find some involvement from, just a couple of you at a time to bring you into the room to get some very specific things worked out. And then I plan on bringing the results back to the group to get feedback as well. So just keep that in mind for future CAD meetings that we're hoping to do a lot more of that kind of engagement. So hopefully more people that are online will come in person if you want to be involved in that. For those that don't know me, Rachel Lewis, Administrator, CAD Mapping Services. I should have started with that. My apologies. CPDs are only available for in-person attendees. Online attendees should be using Teams for video and audio, and we will be recording we will be posting the recording. I should have finished my coffee. So I guess it's just me getting you guys kicked off, and I cannot see that agenda from here, but I think it's changed anyway since we're missing some staff. So we're just going to wing it today. So I'm just going to give you a couple of really quick updates on what we are working on right now before I kick it off to them. So we do have the WID 23 Progressive Design Build project. I believe it is still in phase 1B, excuse me. And Michael Baker is the designer on that project, and it is supposed to go to construction at some point this summer, and that will be a 3D model handoff pilot project. We have a tech stack gap analysis occurring. That is through Ian Kidner's Tech Services Data Governance Office. And they're just running a technology gap analysis on data handoff between design, engineering, or between design, construction, and the asset offices. MEB LOD, we did put out a contract for a consultant to help us develop our level of development and our model element breakdown and do some of that work for us. And Michael Baker is the consultant on that contract currently. We have a new project we're starting. It's called the MALD Research. So we're looking at models as a legal document delivery. So we are putting together a scope right now. I'm not sure exactly when this will go out on the street for RFPs, but we need to research the technology. Is there a way to seal and stamp models? What is hindering Ohio from doing this? Do we have legislation? Do we have contract language? What is blocking us from being able to deliver models to construction as part of the contract document? And there's going to be a lot more in that scope about some things that we need to work out. But we don't really have the resources internally to work through these problems. So we're going to bring on a research team to help us with that. The ADCMS grant I can finally talk about. We finally got authorization for that. You guys may have seen in Ellis that we are going to put something on the street for consultant support for that. We do have some consultants calling us and asking us some questions, so feel free to call us. Blackout period won't be until May when that hits the street, so we can kind of review with you some of the things we're looking for that contract. But currently, we had Bentley come in a couple weeks ago. We did a kickoff with them to go through some of the goals we want to achieve in the ADCMS and talk about our first tasks. So one of the first tasks is they're going to set up a sandbox. So that way, a lot of these things we can test more in real time and not disrupt projects. So we're not going to push all this stuff out to pilot projects and wait for the whole process to play out. So we will have a sandbox. And there will be opportunities for consultants and contractors as we go through to get into the sandbox and help us do some testing on the technology as it's being developed. The first thing we're working on is the design review process for a model. So next to the sandbox, where the first goal is, I don't know why I'm looking up at the screen. The first goal is the design review process. We are also going to be looking at how to provide the model out to contractors for bidding in a public free format, so that way they don't have to get a license or get software. So how do we provide this model so that way they can consume it and bid on it? We have also talked to Trimble and some other companies because we know a lot of contractors want to load the data into their software to help them do some of their, quantity takeoffs and do some of their bidding that way. So we have talked to more than just Bentley. We're talking to some industry partners as well. We also have the goal for delivering the model for construction inspection and then also looking at construction consumption. And then our last goal with the ADCMS grant is really what are some other one-off things that we could do with models that would be a benefit, such as public involvement, and looking at how hard would it be for us to implement those things here at ODOT. And then we just started, it says estimation. This is going to get really confusing really fast. So we have the Office of Estimation. We have designers and consultants who use the estimator software. The new software replacement is called estimation. So you guys are going to have to follow along here. So we were looking at implementing the estimation software to replace the estimator software. And it's kind of a collaboration right now between the design offices, the construction offices, which include the Office of Contracts, the estimating office, and then most of you probably know Eric Kalig and Janet Treadway with the AWP. So this is an AWP product. So they're helping lead the way on this. We just did a 2-day gap analysis with Infotech on the estimation. I think the information for the consultants, as I understand it right now, is if we move to estimation, we're looking at providing training. And I think that the licensing is free for you guys because I think you tap into our account. So more to come on that for you. So that's all I have. If anyone has any questions, you can feel free to ask me before I take off, or you can message me later. Does anyone have any questions about any of those? Okay, so I think the next you guys, I guess you're going to take over the rest of JD's presentation. All right.
He could just join. So
Did he get on?
he's watching.
Hi, JD. Hope you feel better. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm Matt Ivan. If anyone doesn't know who I am, thanks for coming. For those of you, especially those of you in person. And we're going to wing it today. We might adjust the schedule. We might get you out of here a little bit early, but we won't tell your bosses. Okay. So as far as updates, I haven't looked at any of these slides that have the green heading just yet. So this is almost my first time. As far as the Bentley communities, you've probably heard in the past, Bentley sort of changed the platform that we were using. So it's a free to us site. They switched it over to ServiceNow. I'm sure many of you use ServiceNow in your own organizations. It's a little bit difficult to navigate. I think our organization probably could use some help as well. That might help. But we were thinking about, or there's potential ideas of looking at other alternatives in the future. But I have no idea what that looks like. We haven't started it. If you have any suggestions on better ways to organize that, I guess to show of hands, are you guys still using that on a daily basis? I know a lot of folks sort of gave up because it was hard to navigate. So maybe we do need to look at something better or reorganize, but so that's on the horizon. We have, just like probably many of you also have, however your contract is set up with Bentley, we have blueprints that kind of are like little additional contracts or projects with them. So we have a bunch of those going on right now. Open Bridge, few folks have mentioned in the registration, they wanted to kind of update on Open Bridge, and this is going to be your update. We started that workspace, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago or so or more. Bentley helped us get it started. We kind of wanted to run with it, mostly from the support side of it. I wanted to be able to, when you called and said you have a question with this or that or problem, feature definition's not working, I wanted to understand how it was set up. And so we kind of took what they started and tweaked it a little bit, and then we had plans to kind of finish it up. We were also waiting on them to help us with creating these generative components for the bridge abutment cells, and that took a long time to do. And then it got put on the back burner, and now we've just opened up this new blueprint. It's just started a couple weeks ago. They're kind of just going to take this to the finish line for us now, at least I hope, and move it up to OBM 2024. And that should align up with probably one of the other slides here as far as when we're going to get to ORD 2024. Open Ground also has an ORD extension. So for those geotech folks, there's we're going to tie it in using this, help me, Brian, is it called Civil Tools, right? So there's a Civil Tools that will allow you to go in and place the boring logs in your profiles and cross sections. It ties into a cloud database and pulls that information. So they're also helping us with that. That one is more of a coaching call where they're going to sort of hold our hand and work us through the workspace development. We don't think it's going to be overly complicated, but we just want to have some guidance as we're doing it. We kind of also have an ongoing drainage blueprint where we're going in, and we've got Tess helping with it. JD's been involved, and we also have the Office of Hydraulics working on that with us and working directly with Bentley. I've not been too involved in that, but they've been looking at flex tables, looking at how to create the proposed terrain from the models so that that can be used in the analytics side of things. We also did, this is probably more for anyone using our ProjectWise data source, we did a health check blueprint where they kind of went in and analyzed our data source, gave us a report of things that we could improve or shouldn't touch. I think we made a couple of their revised or suggestions that they made, right? Yep. I don't remember what they were, but we did a couple. We also looked at, is anybody in here using dynamic workspaces in ProjectWise? I see one hand. We did have a blueprint just to kind of walk us through that setup. JD had that kind of, that was in his pocket. I think the plan is to at least make sure that we can accommodate that for those people who are using it. And through some other discussions that just happened this week, I don't know if we're going to go that way, but it might be an option for us for a couple of things moving forward. And then Blink C is another Bentley product. They are working with, I think, roadway engineering. Anybody know what Blink C is? A couple folks. I'm probably going to say it wrong, but it takes the cameras that are in your Teslas or whatever other cars you're driving that have cameras, and that information gets back to those manufacturers, and they share it with Bentley, and they can create models that say, hey, this sign or this was hit or this guardrail needs repaired. It seems very overwhelming, but we're doing some piloting with that. That's about all I know there. As far as volume 3, there's a lot of these updates here are based on the January revision to the L&D, and I can barely see that slide. So we added clarification for how to handle multi-part projects. So I think that's has to do with the naming of the files, and he didn't list what sections they are, or at least I can't see it. Can you guys see it? 1602.2 is naming conventions. Special provisions should be added into that PDF package or that portfolio that you're submitting. And there is a playlist on YouTube for all of that stuff. Anybody read the new section on the storm sewer updates? Fans or not? No, okay. So this is a big change if you haven't looked at it. hopefully it's to improve. There's a couple of reasons here. One, hopefully some of it's to improve production, making sure everything's in one spot. But also hydraulics wants to add or have the conduit file numbers for the type B conduits included in the plans so that they can just carry that forward into asset management. So there'll be a table now that's added on. We're going to do the storm sewer profiles kind of as all separate sheets. You'll still show the conduit and the structures on your cross sections if they appear there, or on the profile if they're, they appear on your profile view. But as far as all the detailed information, it's all going to be listed in a tabular format on a storm sewer profile sheet, which will also kind of have a schematic of the drainage network. That sample plan has kind of always been in the ODOT sample plans. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone use it on a real project. So we tweaked that to match, and then there was a second one added a while ago with that. But going back to the plan and profile and cross-section sheets, the idea is to do less annotation there, just call things out with balloons, and then everything will reference to these storm sewer profiles. Here, there's just some clarification. This was added in an L&D a long time ago. I shouldn't say a long time ago, but at least a year or two ago. And the sheet number on the title block should reference the P dot number here. Also, if you're going to reference it on a note or something, it should say P dot, whatever the sheet number is. I can actually talk about this. We did make a significant effort on the sample plans. A lot of folks, we heard a lot of times, hey, the sample plans don't match the current ORD output or the text or fonts. Well, you may be happy or may be disappointed. We just changed the fonts on everything. And the title block. I did reproduce the plan and profile sheets using the ORD name boundary workflow so that they do work. It is exactly how it would spit it out. We have not touched cross sections, and I'm going to touch on that more later. I've never been a fan of the earthwork quantity box, and as we started looking at the sample plans, when you add and remove, or you have a deduction for a driveway or something else going on, it got really messy. So I'll get to that. January, we also introduced or finally published a L&D Volume 4. Like Volume 3, a couple iterations ago, we took what used to be in L&D that was separated out to the CAD manual. We put it back in the L&D, trying to get everything in one spot. We took the survey specifications here and the subsurface utility specifications and put them into a new manual called Volume 4. Just kind of an effort to get everything into sort of one spot where we're going to look for things instead of having a bunch of separate documents that are out there floating around. All right, so the question we keep getting, or we kind of hear over and over, is where everyone wants to know what our status is of moving to ORD 2024. Our plan here is we're targeting April 1st. It may or may not slide a little bit. I kind of hope it doesn't. We've gone through, we've done some initial testing. We haven't seen anything that causes us major heartburn like we saw on some other versions. If you found something in some testing, let us know. That'll mostly impact consultants. If you're working on our data source, you're probably going to be forced to move to that for those projects where you're working on it. We're only maintaining, at least our current stance, or it has been in the past, is we're only going to maintain one version of our workspace within ProjectWise. JD notes there's one regression here. I guess this is kind of one of the bigger things, but drainage, as far as the drainage go, they flipped the switch in the software. I guess there was too many problems on the Bentley side, too many support requests when you project a profile run onto a referenced alignment. He explained it to me one day, and I can't remember exactly what that meant. Oh, and the last bullet point there is if you open a file that was saved with the drawing or sheet model as the active view. If you have the feature definition toggle bar open, you get a prompt that says can't use this in the sheet view. We're probably going to turn that off in our user preferences, so you'll have to load it up yourself, and you may end up seeing that dialog if you have it that docked. I don't know if there's much more we can do about it. Brandon and I are the winners of the support request for 2023. Just if anybody knows, it's a little bit of a challenge we have internally. But I'll give JD credit. He was out for 3 months on paternity leave, so we picked up some of his slack there. Anyways, just in case you're curious, we nearly tackle 1,700 support requests in our office throughout the year, and there's the breakdown as far as how much are internal and external. So keep them coming. It's a big part of our daily tasks, and we like to help. They have slowed down a little bit, so I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but it is what it is. Any questions so far? Same. Okay, just for the question, for the folks online, the question was, there was been comments from the district about sheet number, about adding leading zeros to match the number, the total number. So if 300 sheets would be 001 or whatever, 400 sheets or 1,000 sheets, 0001. I've not heard that one yet, so we can maybe talk offline about that. So you guys started the trend and now somebody wants to continue. All right. Okay. That may be something we'll have to clarify then at some point. Oh, sure. Have you thought of, dang it. Have you thought about changing the font in the GenSum to match Calibri and the italics used? Be nice if the text format was the same. I don't know if we've thought about that, but that could probably be done fairly easily. Is there a cutoff stage that project has that has to use drainage tabular? I would say work with your project managers in the district. So I paraphrased the question. Is there a cutoff stage when you need to switch to the new format of the storm sewer profile? I would say if your project is beyond stage 2, you can continue with what you have. If you're early on in stage 1, then probably just be just as easy to switch it over. If you have questions, work with your PM, get with our office. We can probably help talk that through, or all of us can talk about it and see what the best decision is going forward. Last thing I want to see is everyone redoing their stuff and ODOT paying extra because of that. Looks like JD answered the other one. Thanks. You didn't mind. I can track that way too. All right, so I was initially slated to have 15 minutes for WorkSpace updates, and I was struggling to feel like I was fitting in here, so I can slow down a little bit. And we were going to talk about kind of the bigger changes since the last user group meeting, which was June or July of last year. I don't remember exactly, but we had 2 updates since then. One in October and one just in January here. Take a look at that running update list that we publish within the workspace for, a detailed list of what's changed. We might also change that to a spreadsheet so it can kind of be sorted and filtered better. Would that work for you guys? Would you like that? Okay. There's a lot of heads shaking here, JD, if you're listening. So that was a yes. The first couple slides are kind of the meat and potatoes of the workspace with the DGN libraries for the feature definitions. This one, we added some item type properties to the alignment feature definitions so that you can add the route type and number. So State Route 123 or US 123 or a local road name, so Main Street or whatever. And then when you use things like Civil Labeler, it'll automatically annotate that. Previously, we had just added in Civil Labeler, we had, I think it said feature type or feature name, and we had some brackets on it. So that was just telling you how we named the alignment. Now we've added this item type where hopefully this is, you guys can see it in the back. There's the feature name property there. And then there's this item type field here where I had some stuff pre-populated. And then there's a true and false toggle. But when you go to Civil Labeler, the first one shows what we had with the feature name. So there's some brackets there, CLP 123. And now here it's actually reading the item type property and saying this is SR 123. And then there's a true or false toggle that says I want to use the local route name if it's there, and it'll switch over how that's annotated. And it should help with consistency. I've seen so many projects, even when I was doing work, that everyone had a little different name, whether there was periods, S dot, R dot, or whatever. So hopefully it will help with consistency and just make it easier to annotate those things. And I believe if the, I just was changing those. So if you go in and change it, it will update that as well. I believe if the state route or the name and the route number is not populated and just the local name is, that true false field automatically switches over to that. So if you just had a Main Street or East 100th Street or whatever, it would do that. What else do we do? Who's speaking? All right. Text box. So the question is, can the label be modified to add a text box? A text box for what? Oh, for the annotation definition or the label definition? Sure. You can actually probably set it yourself in Civil Labeler when you place it. All right. There are some things here. What do we do? So a new levels, feature definitions, symbologies, all that stuff that goes along with it. If you've ever set them up, there's a lot of things that have to get added. The aggregate shoulders was a long running request that kind of just sat in the to-do list, and finally we were able to get it done. The request there was wanting to be able to separate or turn on or off the aggregate shoulders, separate from a paved shoulder. The regression lines and regression points and line of sight were all sort of newer tools in ORD, and Bentley had their own feature definitions for those. So we sort of went ahead and just mimicked what their workspace had. So if you've used any of those, has anybody used the regression tools for anything? Probably a surveyor to set up horizontal alignments. Line of sight tool is pretty cool. If you haven't messed with it, go give it a try. And then there's a new annotation group for basically for your plan view for your alignments that will show you the high points and low points on those in plan view to help kind of that drainage layout. In case the low point isn't necessarily at the bottom of the sag or whatever, it'll identify those. As far as drainage and utilities, again, this one is always constantly being updated. So a lot of the changes here have to do with what the next topic was going to be. As far as the formatting of the storm sewer profiles. And I'm just going to stick to the couple things that I'm familiar with. So we updated the features so that the seed names when you do annotations, or the names when you create the nodes or the pipes are defaulted to the D1 and P1. And then we corrected or renamed some of the feature definitions that had the center display. So in the ORD, I think it was 1012, they added the ability now to show the outer walls of the conduit. So we ended up having some features that just showed the center line or the flow line. I can't remember which it was doing. Those were either fixed or renamed just to say CL. And then I think a lot of it is just to match or so for consistency throughout. Also renamed what we called the detailed annotation group, and we just added some more description to the end. So it's detailed, length, size, type, and slope. So those are the things you're going to want to see on those storm sewer profiles versus the general annotation that might go on the plan sheet. I think we're just doing, shoot, I forget now. We're not doing all that. We're just doing the size and type, I believe. We added a tap node feature definition. So if you have lateral taps in, you can add those in, and then Tess created some cells and some feature definitions for CB1, which I think is just kind of like a vertical pipe, right, that taps into the top. It was just weird. Within a few weeks, we had several requests or people asking about that one, and I think it was omitted intentionally originally. Some of these feature definitions were removed, or sorry, the annotation groups were removed, and we're now going to suggest using Civil Labeler to place those callouts. So for balloons and the detailed callouts, some of those things can be added there. Where's Bruin at? So Bruin asked about this one over and over and over again. I know some other folks did too, but we did change the new level display equal always for the drawing model reference in the sheet model only. Does that make sense? So in that sheet view, if you were adding new levels and things in your drawing model, you would have to go in and turn those on. And I can see in cross sections, for example, that would be a lot of effort. So those new levels should be turned on automatically now. That happened, I think, back in October. So be careful if you are drawing things on scratch levels and whatnot. They are going to be on in your sheet model now. The next couple are about cell library. So OSE doesn't typically publish the DGN files for the standard drawings, but they wanted to include or give designers those details that are on those. So they added them to the bridge cell library. So if you need to do an as per plan kind of detail or whatnot, you can go in and place those as cells in your drawings and modify them as needed. The sheet cells, if you didn't know by now, ODOT has a new director, and we went in and added a new cell for Director Borton, as well as the District 8 Deputy Director, Mr. Groover there. We also changed the interior cell for the title block so that those signatures weren't attached to that. If the directors change again, you don't have to drop that or do whatever. Seemed to be more work than it should have been. So that's all separated out. You will need to place, when you create your title sheet, you'll place that interior cell. If you use the ODOT app, it happens automatically. But then just the other two for the deputy director and director, you just place those cells manually. I suppose we could probably add that into at least the directors into the sheet tool or app. The sign cells and apps, we did make a significant effort to go in. We had received a number of things pointing out that, hey, this doesn't match or this sign's missing. So we went back and had one of the interns go compare everything to the SDMM, and he came up with a good list. And I think Adam also helped finalize some of the cells or get them all added. So there's a lot of those are all listed in that update log. And then I listed a pending update because this one has been asked once or twice. And maybe I sort of waited as well to get some feedback from the group. We're gonna change the signs post or the support cells to be a new level. so that they're separate from the actual signs themselves, so that you can turn one or the other off when you reference it. Any thoughts from this group? I'm looking, Joe is smiling because he's been winning. Okay, we'll get it done. I want to do the posts because there's less of those than there are the actual signs. So civil labeler, if you've been following along, it started out as an XML file and then went to a DGN library. We converted that over. I thought we posted it correctly, and then we noticed some things had reverted back. I don't know, some of the features were new. We went through and made a big effort to make sure that those were all cleaned up and have the appropriate, what they call it, the element templates, and the text and dimension style overrides were set the way we were kind of wanting them to be set. They are all overrides, so you can go in as a user and change them during placement if you want it to appear differently. You can create your own feature definitions. You can create your own DGN library for that matter. Label definitions, and include them in your project or whatever you need to do. I also wanted to point out, when I did that, the plan labels for profile elevations, so the elevations you're going to put on your intersection details, they were all configured for ORD 23 or 24. There must have been a bug fix. The placement will appear correctly in 23 versus 10, 12. So right now it'll probably look like it's missing the leader line. When you get to 23 or 24, we didn't change anything, but ORD actually fixed something and it works correctly there. So I was looking ahead a little bit on those. And then there was some fixes for the drainage utility placement, where those labels get attached to. What else? I already mentioned the detailed labels. The keyboard shortcut for the AccuDraw origin or the reference element, when you press the O key, it'll ask you what reference element you want to use. For some reason, and I don't remember why, we thought it was important to separate that. It might have been, I don't remember, 10.9, 10.10 had some issue where it was getting confused on whether it was using MicroStation AccuDraw versus Civil AccuDraw. So we added in these sub keys. Let's say A, you would press O and then you'd have to say A or C, and to define which AccuDraw origin you're setting. That seems to have worked itself out, and we've removed it. That was done a while ago, so you probably shouldn't be prompted for that anymore. I don't know, if you run into problems and think it should still be there, let us know. And then as far as some templates, some folks pointed out we were missing some of the curb templates that had been added in recent updates. So we added type 1, 3A, 3B, 10, A, B, and then corrected a couple of the type 9 that we had some incorrect dimensions. Also randomly, sort of as I found things, gone in and did some miscellaneous fixes to components and feature names and labels and sort of things like that. And feel like every time I get in, I find some little inconsistency or something. So if you are finding those, we would like it to be easy to use and be consistent. If you want to let us know. Just for example, last week I found some of the labels for parametric constraints on the same template were incorrect, and they were just named incorrectly. So only some of I think it was the pavement depth. If you change that label, only some of the lanes would change, but the shoulders wouldn't. So general summary is another fix that was kind of requested a bunch, or happened, or been requested for a while. I think District 4 had this one. There was fixes some extra values that got placed in the hidden split column. And then there's a pending update here, just thought was worth mentioning. Currently, if you have a item that has some additional description, it shows up in red. So now the pending update here was going to be that it's going to show the optional, what's it say? shows in yellow if it's optional and red if it's going to be required. So there should be just a little difference in visually there. How many folks use the gray logical name, the grayscale? Oh, that's more than I thought. Okay. Randomly, I think it was just a weird coincidence. Someone had a logical name with something like subgrade or geography. I don't remember what it was. We determined for some reason it was just using GRA and screening out their logical name and not GRAY. So we made a change there. Hopefully you don't run into that, but if you saw that that was updated, that was really why. And then our training guides, we made some miscellaneous corrections of screenshots and some typos and this and that. But the big change there, well, there's no major change to workflow, so I don't think you need to go relearn anything. But the big change is that you'll see we just combined everything into one document. It's easier for us to update than have a whole bunch of manuals out there. I think that wiki page or knowledge base page still needs updated. So look for that coming. But if you didn't know that the training guides are all included in the workspace in the ODOT utilities folder, there's a training. So that has all the training guides, PDFs that we publish. So you can find them there, the knowledge base page. I think there's one other place I'm missing. Custom applications, there was a lot of miscellaneous bug fixes. I didn't feel like it was necessary to list every single one of those. Google Analytics was removed. If you had issues with using that previously, that's gone now. Geometry points. I knew certain people would be here, so I picked these out. Latin long for the geotech folks, they wanted to be able to add Latin long to the custom reports for their borings. Indexer was updated to work with OneDrive. So if you're a consultant mainly using OneDrive for your projects, that's been resolved. I mentioned signs earlier. We broke out or added a custom field for the station prefix. I think the districts wanted to be able to use SLM for some of the sign replacement projects. So now that's a user definable field. I really wouldn't suggest using anything other than station or SLM at this point. I can't think of anything else you might want to use, but it will default to STA for station. And then sheet manager, this was really going to be JD's thing here next. So I'm going to stumble through it. I'll pause there. Any questions on any of those updates? All right, so bear with me. I'm going to paraphrase all of this. So sheet manager has been updated several times recently. To the initial releases, it would search your entire project folder. So if you had thousands and thousands of sheets, it would take forever just to load it up because it was trying to find all those sheets. So there have been some filter options when you load it. You can choose how or what folders you want it to search. You can still load from the Excel file. I think this slide here is talking specifically on a bunch of fixes or crashes, bug fixes that happen. I can't speak to all those real well. We also added actions here. Last update added sheet actions and more. I think that's what I was just saying. So if you have these sheet actions, these are going to be where it's going to look and read the sheet model for, I think, name boundaries so that they can annotate the begin and end station in your title block, things like that. If you have that toggled on, it's going to take longer to load because it's got to go through and read everything that's there, all the references. So you may need to be careful when running that. I think this is a video. So this is Sheet Manager here. We loaded in our project. I'm going to be honest, guys, I can't see it, and I'm not sure what's happening here. We're going in and adding. Yeah, so we're adding, it's reading the, can we bring that over here too? That might be easier. I can see that better. Start this over. So going in here and we're toggling on the action or there's a toggle there that you can refresh it. Once you have it open, it'll go in and read that. So it saves some of that time, or it'll calculate those station ranges. There we go. This is much easier. Thanks, Brandon. So it's saying here, it's found a name boundary for a profile, and then it's going to go in and look. You can set the range for the subtitle from the begin and end station for that profile. If there's multiple name boundaries in there for storm sewer profile or something like that, it should list all those, and you can choose which one you want to list on the title sheet. There's some other filtering options going on here. You can filter the list based on what you see, based on what your filters you type in. I guess I wasn't aware of this one. Don't forget about the alignment type property that I mentioned earlier. So Sheet Manager can also use that in the title name. So you can see the example, the top one was using the feature name, the bottom or the lower right screenshot is going to use the alignment name that was on the feature definition. So we might be ahead of schedule here, but let's see if there's any questions. Any questions out there first? Which one are we talking about?
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Earlier there was a question, having issues with cross pipes coming in on a default level, unless I have the center. We scroll because that was a response. I have the center display shown on pipes with the inner walls on the conduit displayed. So 3 lines showing turning the center to scratch doesn't seem to fix the issue. Have you all noticed this issue? Sometimes in profiles, they only show up as dots as well. JD did respond to that, so if you want to add anything, Matt, you can, but he just said, we have a pending update to this DGN lib to address this. So I don't know if you guys have had similar issues. So there's a response for that. No, it's a pending update. So there's not a fix currently. Yep. One statement would, here we have, would be good to add this gray logic to the color plot config. Going back a little bit, a few slides there.
Read it again. I didn't see that one.
This is just a statement. Would be good to add this gray logical to the color plot config. I don't know if you see that on there.
I see it now, but that sort of defeats the purpose of being able to print in color, I guess, in my mind. Yeah, I guess I could see that. If you had it set if you had the logical name set on the model when it attached it, then some users may not understand what's happening. But that, I'm not going to say that. All right, we're ahead of schedule, which I sort of expected. We are punting. Let's go ahead. Josh, how long are you supposed to, as long as you're right. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Anybody, unless you guys want to take a break now, we just started. So let's just keep going. You ready?
Yep.
All right. We're going to have Josh, who, by the way, really loves putting together PowerPoints. So if you ever need a PowerPoint, talk to Josh and just use the down button.
Down button.
Yep. You can see it.
Appreciate it.
All right. So over the past few months, I've had the pleasure of working on the Survey Master with Kyle Ince. And I'm just going to talk about some of the kind of updates that we have been adding to it over the past few months now. So for anyone that isn't familiar with the Survey Master, you have one for every project. And the goal of it is to try and kind of streamline your surveying tasks. So here is just kind of an overview of some of the old key functionalities and then some of the things that we have been working towards adding. So pretty much calculating your combined scale factors, organizing monument data, just a place to store your owner information, import and organize any coordinates pertaining to your project. And then if you need to calculate a level run, it also had that functionality. So first thing I'm going to talk about that is new is we have a pretty much new main interface for the Survey Master. This is pretty much where you will start and pretty much customize the Survey Master depending on what you need and what kind of data your project has. So here is a quick example of what the interface can do for you. It just has a nice clean space to enter all pertinent data. And then depending on the types of projects you have, you can choose different coordinate systems. And we also added the functionality that it is compatible with state plane coordinates and Ohio County coordinate systems. So pretty much, yeah, you can go ahead and select your state plane or county, and it will register that change and enter any and all information it can for you. And then another quick addition is there are buttons to toggle the ORO table and easement tables for additional information if you have any for your project. And then this is another. So for your plan sheets, there is a note that you may have to add. It's the G105 plan note. We have one for the OCCS and state plane. So what this does is from the main interface, you can go ahead and select Make Plan Note G105, and it will pull any information that you already have inputted, and anything that is left blank, you can just enter there, and it'll copy to your clipboard, and then you can go right into your notes in your project and select Paste, and it should have all the correct formatting and information for you. So just a nice quick way to get that into your projects now. Next is just like the original Survey Master, we have level run sheets. And we pretty much just tweaked these a little bit to have a different method of creating them. Again, all you have to do is go through your main interface and create your level run sheets. And then a few enhancements from the original is now your owner information can also be used to create property letters for any and all owners of property that will be impacted during your project. So this is really nice to knock that out real quick. So here's a quick demo. I filled out one row of just some hypothetical information. And the workflow for this is you'll download our Word doc and then select Create Property Letter and then select it. And then you'll just choose where you want these letters to be outputted. Then you will be prompted when it's done and you'll hit OK. And if you go to the location you chose to output the files, You'll see that they are there. And yes, I opened one up. So then there you go. And you'll have all of your letters needed for any and all people that you need to send them to instantly. So we tweaked the import method a little bit and added a few nice quality of life features. It will record the units that you've chosen, as well as the date imported and who imported it, as well as the file path. We're still working on implementing a proper file path recording system for ProjectWise, but other than that, it's pretty solid. Another note about the new importing system is it's compatible with US survey feet, international survey feet, as well as meters. And then when you get to your output, you can choose what you want in the end. So here's a quick demo of what it would look like to import some GPS coordinates. So it prompts that you at least need to know what kind of units you're importing. And then from there, after importing your GPS coordinates, it will create what we call point templates or project control monument coordinate analysis sheets. So these templates pretty much display the point distribution and average GPS derived positions for your coordinate or your point, as well as like leveled elevation and final monument coordinates. And this will be used when you need to compile your final coordinates. And then additionally, there are some monument table sheets for state plane and Ohio County coordinate. So these would just be auto-tabled into your plan sheets if necessary, and they should be in the exact format that you need as well. So the biggest addition here is your final coordinates sheet. So this sheet, when you click to compile, it will take any and all information that you have throughout the survey master. It can be from your level runs, your imported GPS data, the template sheets that take that GPS data, as well as even just external coordinates. And it will intelligently know what to prioritize and what to leave behind. And it will even have links to any and all information that someone reviewing the sheet would or maybe want to take a look at. So you can easily click on anything with a link and it'll take you straight to that number and you can see exactly how it was calculated. So this is me compiling the final coordinates, and there's also a detailed view to if you're curious to see maybe a few more things, so you can go straight to your elevation or point name. As well as you can also notice, just as an example, I set one of the points to be in meters, and it was able to detect it and convert it for you in your final coordinates. And then lastly for these, you can then export these final coordinates and they will be in the exact format that you need to bring into Open Roads Designer for your projects. And then just for a little bit of, just to have an official statement in the Survey Master, the surveyor reviewing it can then fill out the surveyor's report certification page. This doubles as a printout and then a way to know that someone has reviewed the Survey Master and none of the information that you're looking at has been changed since. So when you make the signature in the Survey Master, it will lock the entire document. If you do make an edit though, you still can, but it will make the signature void and everyone can see that. So again, you can just go from the main interface to seal and certify. It'll take any and all information that you already have typed in, and you can click confirm, and it will then take you to the certification page. Say that again.
We developed a every field map compatible app.
No, I don't believe we have yet. Perfect. Yes. So then there you go. Survey Master has now been sealed and certified for use. And we also made sure that even if it is signed, you can still export your final coordinates. You just cannot make any changes at all to the Excel sheet. Yes. Yes. So if you get more points or you need to make any alterations, you're just going to have the surveyor again seal and certify the new data. How'd you get it to work? Oh, yes.
Does the document need to be unsigned before edits can be made? So like once it's signed, it's locked down and only the surveyor can go in and unlock that spreadsheet before edits can be made?
So if I understand correctly, you're asking if the surveyor has signed it, can anyone go in and make edits or?
Yeah, so it does.
Is the signature lock it down to where, say, an SI couldn't get in, add more data?
No, you can get in.
So a situation comparable to like Bluebeam. Once a
Mhm.
document has been signed in Bluebeam, nobody can do anything to it unless the person who signed it removes that signature. So in this case, if the spreadsheet has been signed, it's not really locked, but because somebody can still go in and make an edit somewhere, it just
Yeah.
removes that signature.
Yeah, the current functionality is anyone can go in and make any alterations, but it would then make the signature null and void.
Okay.
What kind of
Can we change
functionality
that
would you
so
guys-
that once it's locked, and it can only be unlocked by the surveyor?
Okay.
Because that's something that somebody could go in and make an edit and nobody realize it unless they're going to that tab that has the signature on it. So an incorrect edit can be made, and then that incorrect data is being used on the project without realizing that this hasn't been approved by the surveyor.
Gotcha. Yeah, we can definitely look into that.
Thanks.
All right, I'm just going to go through a quick Earthwork refresher and kind of what the future looks like, really more just plan appearance than anything. Our office doesn't really receive a ton of Earthwork questions, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Does everyone get it or you not get it? Or maybe we're just taking exactly what the software is spitting out and trusting it is. Hopefully you're doing your due diligence and checking everything. But so this was a combination of, I think, 3 other presentations in the past, kind of just rehashed them and then added some stuff to them. The Mesh and terrain feature definitions include a volume option on them. So the template components create meshes in the 3D model, and those have a separate earthwork volume than what, or sorry, earthwork option than what the terrain models have, which are also, that would be more of your existing ground terrain or some other proposed terrain that you might have created separate of those meshes. Oops. So the mesh elements have 9 volume options. I know it's probably hard to see all those: design, existing, none, subgrade, substrata, cut, fill, unsuitable, custom. And then the terrain models only have 5 available options there. And most often we think of those as the existing ground terrains. I'm sure there's other proposed terrains you're using or creating, maybe some something else, maybe some geotech kind of stuff going on. But those are the options that are there: design, existing, none, subgrade, and substrata. I listed all the stuff here. I know that's probably hard to see. What a definition of each of those. The top 3 here, none, existing, and design, are probably the most commonly used, what you see the most common, at least in our workspace, for the features that we have defined. So none would be just that. We're just going to ignore that mesh or that terrain completely. Existing, we'll find anything that's going to be, anything like your existing ground. So it is what it is. Design would be those proposed meshes or terrains that come from your corridor model. And then when you run the cut and fill volumes, it searches for that design option and seeks the bottom of that to be how it determines what the volumes are. Cut and fill, we don't have these defined. In fact, when I went and pulled this together, I looked at each one of them. And we don't have those defined on anything, but those would be the resultant cut and fill meshes that get created when you use the volume tool. So we probably could just go set those just to be consistent. On this slide, unsuitable is probably the only other one that we have defined in any of those. There might be a custom one or two here or there, but this would be for things like, obviously, unsuitable materials you're going to remove. Existing pavement would be considered unsuitable. So, we need to define whether we're going to remove it. These, both unsuitable and custom, have the option to break it up into 2 pieces. So it'll create separate meshes for something that might only be removed or remove and replace. So maybe you're in a fill situation. We're going to remove that pavement, but then we got to fill that void back in. Substrata, again, that's a geotech terrain model or a mesh. I don't know that we use that anywhere in our workspace. I'm not saying that you couldn't set that on something if needed to. And then subgrade, this is kind of left over from the inroads days. If you read that definition, the logic is still there, but it's probably not needed in the ORD world. I did list the link to the Bentley community or knowledge base if you want to read those better in more detail. This is also a screenshot from that same knowledge base article. Just gives an example. On the top is the template. So the top feature, the pavement, would be that design feature. Then beneath it, they have the custom feature, which has these 2 options. And if you look in the bottom half of the cross section, you can see the red cut area and the cyan custom, where it's going to be removed and replaced. And then over on the left part in orange shows that custom replacement, or where you would actually have to fill in that void, or what would end up being a void there. Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, do you guys struggle with Earthwork? Which, like I said, we don't see a ton of requests on it, so I'm hoping that we don't need to do anything special on it. I take no comment as we're good. This is just a very high level overview of the steps to create it. We show these in our training guides if you want more detail. To create your volumes or your meshes, you create a new 3D design seed. We usually recommend using the CADD file code. we probably could or should differentiate that from other things. KD is kind of just a bucket for all kinds of terrains that kind of could get confusing. Then you'll attach all your references, so your existing ground terrain model, corridors, anything else you want to be considered in that earthwork. It could be something as simple as a microstation 3D component of some sort, a box, maybe some other developers doing a site design offset, and you need to include some 3D component they've created. It'll read that as well. Run that create cut fill volumes tool, and it'll create kind of the meshes that you see on the right-hand side of that slide. And I think green is fill and blue is cut. I hope I got them correct. Then we'll go create cross-section name boundaries and the drawings and the sheets. This can be done really at any point. You can do it beforehand. I know most of us are probably cutting sheets earlier than we're cutting earthwork. So you can, there's nothing you have to do any special if you cut them ahead of time or later. But what you do have to do regardless is to go attach that KD file where you cut those meshes in, and then run this end area volumes report, so that it basically goes in and creates the end area area and volume, and will attach it to the name boundaries. So it has to be done in the same DGN as where those name boundaries reside. I think. Hope I didn't say that wrong. And then currently we're showing this little box. As long as you just go in and update or open the models, the cut fill areas and volumes will be populated. So that's just high level overview of that workflow. I think I mentioned earlier, we updated sample plans, everything except cross sections. And here's kind of some examples of why. This is kind of the current look with the earthwork box. When you start looking at the sample plans and you try to mimic what's happening on this one is a real simple example, with just the column format there. This one gets a little more complicated where we start adding earthwork for a temporary road. Haven't thought about how we're going to do something like that yet. This one here, they had some unsuitable removal and granular material backfill. So there's two sets of columns there, one for 203 and one for 204. Again, haven't quite figured out how we might tackle that. But this is really where the challenge started to come in, is when you start to deduct for pavement removed or for driveways or add for those things in between sections. How do you start to do that with, I didn't put the worst case in there. How do you do that in that tabular, that table? So if you had 203, 204 on there, then you start adding and removing things. The tables got so ugly. I told the person that was working on it just to stop. It wasn't worth the effort. And ultimately we decided we're going to make an attempt, or we should be able to do this the same way we used to do it. That table was kind of Bentley's invention and their idea. I've never been a huge fan of it. So this is what I've mocked up. This is still using ORD. We replaced the table with some basically the same properties or text favorites. We just formatted them so they fill back in on the columns like we used to do. So far, any comments? The other thing I did that I'm not a fan of either is the elevations and offset distances are always outside of the grids, either in cross section and profile. Kind of drives me nuts as well. But to save space, I put them inside the grid again, just like we used to do. And I think we can probably end up squeezing maybe another section on a lot of sheets. I also want to take this chance as a reminder, or this opportunity. Volume 3, 1310.2 has never changed due to ORD workflows. Surface base surface, base, and sub-base courses of proposed pavement are not shown on our cross sections. They should not be shown. Turn them off. Sections should look like the top, not like the bottom. If you print that bottom section out, at least your surface intermediate course are just going to be black blobs. So volume 3 says the pavement should not be shown. That, I mean, that's legacy. That's goes back years. So, you know, I could see potentially showing the top. I remember having some folks ask for that when I was doing production, but you print that at 5 scale, you're never going to see the top, the surface course, the intermediate course. You print that at 10 scale, it's just a black blob on your drawing anyway. So it doesn't serve any value. The intent is to show the subgrade. So that said, currently subgrade components are not included in our template library. There's several reasons for this. In my mind, it always has to have some sort of user interaction. So when you add it in, you're gonna have to make a decision on how and where some of those things get created. I did demo this in a user group meeting a long time ago. I also created a separate wiki page or knowledge base page on it. I provided that link there. It kind of steps through the process to add that in. A couple of things to consider. You know, if you have display rules, how you're going to turn that on or off. If your display rules are turning off a shoulder, for example, think about how you're going to name those components or whether you want them to be merged in with the other points that you have. We don't like ORD. Well, no software really likes a vertical face. So when you have that line that goes straight up, you're going to want to give it some little offset at the top, so that if you were to create a mesh or a surface or terrain from that, you know, you don't have any issues on those vertical sides there. We are working, we started to go through and kind of update our template library to include some of those things as examples, so it's obvious and that they're there. Again, we started to run into that sort of issue. What do we do here? What's the designer going to want to do? How do we make sure that they change it for their purpose and need? And then every time we start to talk about it, Earthwork, someone always asks about seeding. So unfortunately, there's still not an automated way like Geopack had. Go click that idea. Every 2 weeks, we meet with Bentley and our support rep goes through and he'll actually tell us there's been so many, there's increase in votes for this idea or that idea that you guys made. So we'll keep pushing on our end. If you guys keep pushing on your end, this is one of the ways to push that a little bit. And I think that is it for this. Any questions on the Earthwork stuff? I saw some stuff pop up. Matt says they're legible. I would. So there's some comments on whether the should be shown or not be shown the pavement layers online here. I'm sticking with what volume 3 says, and until that changes, someone convinces us to change it, that's what we're going to go with. All right, so give us a few minutes. We have a panel we've assembled. Uh-oh, sorry, I missed your. I have, yes. Yeah. My recommendation when someone asks is check with your PM at the district, whoever you're dealing with. I don't have a problem if you show that as a separate table somehow, as long as they don't have a problem with it. Okay, so give us 5 minutes. We have a panel here, so I want to just give a special thanks to Sam, Kathy, Kim, Michael, and Micah for volunteering to do this. Normally, we will sometimes throw this roundtable out and do it at the end of the day, and everyone kind of gets up and leaves, and no one wants to talk about things. So we put it in the middle of the day. I came up with a dozen questions. they were prepared. I'm not just going to throw it at them. Of things to ask. We can get some audience participation as well, but let's give them a couple minutes to get up here, and we'll let them do some introductions and see how this goes. Adam's got the mic. He's going to run around the audience if we need him to. If you have something to add online, just put it in the chat. And all the slides have the questions on them. If you could just put what question you're talking to, I put a number Q1, Q2, so maybe that'll help us keep it in order later. Do we want to go down, start with Micah? Just, you guys want to do a quick introduction, your backgrounds?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Micah Witt with Trans Systems. Been there just about 15 years, and I focus on roadway design. Do a lot of mentoring and training of our staffs.
I'm Sam Dudek. I've been working up at ODOT District 4 for about 5 years. Been in the in-house design department, so do projects there, and I also kind of work with our interns, get them up to speed on things.
Sam does not
Can you
work
give your
for Bentley,
microphone?
even though he wore a Bentley.
Oh, this shirt was given to me at the last CAD user
Gotcha.
meeting I won, so.
Neither of your microphones are on.
Oh, is that better?
Oh, hey.
All right. Thank you.
Let's start over.
Okay. Yeah, hi, Micah Witt with Trans Systems. Been with them most of my career, about 15 years. Focus on roadway design and do my best to keep up with training and mentoring with younger staff.
I'm Sam Dudek. I do not work at Bentley, even though I'm wearing this shirt. I won at the last CAD users group meeting. I worked for ODOT District 4, been there for about 5 years. Work in the in-house design department, doing projects there, and I also mentor our interns.
I'm Kim Perkins. I work at H&TB. I've been there for 12 years. I serve as like the Ohio office CAD manager and work on roadway projects.
I'm Kathy Johnson. I work at Michael Baker. I've been in the industry over 20 years. Roadway design, drainage design, and now I focus more on drainage. So you're going to hear most of my comments today on drainage, I think.
I'm Michael Thompson, AECOM, 25 years. I'm the Ohio CAD lead in roadway.
Premier Scholar, Bentley Premier Scholar.
And I am a Bentley Premier Scholar.
Anybody else? Premier Scholar?
No.
Should have wore our pins, Michael. Should have wore our pins.
I don't have a t-shirt. I don't have a
No, you didn't get yours? Oh, we didn't talk to
You
somebody.
didn't win.
Where's your Bentley shirt?
I don't have I got a pin and a
Yeah,
Bluetooth
we should at least
speaker.
wear, yeah, the Bluetooth speakers too. All right. We can jump around on these questions. They're in sort of, I think I might have changed the order a little bit from what I sent you guys, but hopefully it flows well. So I started out with, what are the biggest challenges you guys face on a day-to-day basis? And not everyone has to answer. If you don't have something to contribute, you can pass on this, but
I guess I'll go first. One of the biggest challenges is the workflow's just been inconsistent. That's just the use of ORD. So it's been kind of hard to follow. And then, people learn one way and then it gets changed to a better way, but they still like to do it the old way. That's been a big struggle.
workflows as far as plans production,
Yeah,
annotations.
production.
Okay.
I mean, I think design-wise, it's pretty good. But, it's just as you get into plan production, it's
Okay.
a lot more trouble.
I know Kathy has something.
I was the same, that number one, workflow change. I just think adapting to not cutting plan and profile sheets at the beginning and having somebody do a bunch of labeling when you wait on that till the end, it just really changes your workflow. The other thing that I think is and has been a real challenge is how much the software will update and how we can't seem to trust any of our design checks that we've done. Not a design check, but like a plan check. Like we printed out these sheets, everything looked great, and then one corridor deconnected from another corridor or, whatever it was, and then you'll print out the set again and just things are wrong. So that inability to sort of trust what you've done. It really has shoved a bunch of our workflow to the end that makes scheduling super difficult. Those are what I think our challenges are.
I agree with those. Maybe a different one for us is design changes and how to account for that in our plans. So a lot of our plans are interconnected with alignments. If an alignment change is asked for or thrown in last minute, a lot of times we're recreating sheets. It's duplicating effort. So just accounting for that change. It's easy modeling. It's easy on the design. For the plan production, really bad.
I'm going to interject another question. How many of you, and you can show of hands in the audience, are, I'm going to use plan and profile, for example, at least plan view wise, are annotating in some base map and then referencing that in so that if that happens, you're not redoing annotation everywhere.
We started that.
Yeah.
You started that. Okay. For that reason?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it just makes it easier too. It's like, because you don't want to cut sheets early, but if you have an annotation based map, you can kind of do some of the legwork ahead of time.
Right. Is anybody out there doing that sort of workflow? That's how I did it 25 years ago. And then for whatever reason, everybody as an industry got away from it. And now we're kind of circling back as that's still seemed like the best practice. I don't know if anyone else has run into that. Sam?
So yeah, for me, ORD is just moody. That's the best way to put it. Some days you're in it and it's just, you'll crash just by opening a drawing. But workflow is definitely, it's one of those things working with younger designers, if they set up something wrong, you almost have to start over because it's like, it gets so messed up easily if you don't start it right. Another issue we've had is just all the subsurface utilities. I'll get comments, why is my pipe down here? I tried to put the invert here and the pipe just kind of wants to do what it wants to do. And I know there's a lot of settings to kind of figure out how to fix that, but it just seems overcomplicated.
Yeah, I would agree with a lot of what's already been said. I think big challenge in the advanced modeling capabilities, and then having to sort of backtrack that and dumb it down to make it look how it used to look in the plans in the former workflow. Getting the cross sections, like we have this really advanced capabilities in the 3D model, and then we're cutting really dumb cross sections through it. And there's good features where the cross sections are dynamic now. I'll talk about that later, but you're still trying to make it look like the old way rather than like moving forward to a new presentation. And then again, just like trying to keep up with all the settings, drainage workflow constantly changing and having struggled to keep up with what's the correct new way to do it, which changes a lot. And just trying to keep everybody up to date on new workflow process. Yeah.
So I jumped ahead. This was Kathy pointed this out yesterday. I had kind of this question, have you changed your workflow as far as creating plan and profiles earlier? I don't know if we want to just go there real fast. Has this definitely impacted your production?
Yeah, I guess I can start. I'd say we've kind of learned the hard way that you need to do that. I don't think we were all on the same page of like how much you really need to delay certain tasks, like creating the sheets. And we've had project after project where we've tried to keep somebody busy by having them create plan sheets, and the design wasn't quite done. So it's really important to understand your confidence level with your design, and make sure you've gone through enough of the steps depending on the complexity of the design before you have people doing certain things. So we've tried to change that by front loading and training people, even interns, on some of the basic modeling tasks, such as modeling the existing pavement, modeling some of the existing utilities, or things that can prepare the way for when you're going to cut the cross sections, planning out what sections you're going to cut based on the complexity of maybe the intersection or the interchange. Getting the right of way lines a 3D profile, and we can easily teach those things to pretty much anybody with a short training video. So trying to delegate some of those basic level modeling tasks early on rather than having them do plan production tasks early on.
Could you repeat the question? Was it about when you cut sheets?
Paraphrase it, in GeoPack, we could cut sheets pretty early on.
Mhm.
Didn't really impact much. Usually give somebody something to do early on while other
Mhm.
stuff was happening. Now it seems like it's easier to wait longer to do that.
Yeah, I agree. It's easier to wait, but I guess where we kind of come into some issues is just the reviewers. They still want to see sheets early. Sometimes it's like, so then you go through the work cutting those sheets for the reviewer, and then you're still kind of back at where you were back in GeoPack days. So that's our experience. I don't know if you guys, your reviews, you can just go into the DGM files. I don't know, but for us, it's old school print sheets, or at least some. It's gone to Bluebeam, but still, you're still cutting sheets.
Same process.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would say the same. It's just a balance of what needs to be shown at that point when a reviewer is trying to look at it. We may do some like high level roll plots and try to get that in front and try to get an agreement on what that geometry and line work is before we even do hard plan production on any stage that change needs to happen. So yeah.
So to add to this a little bit, mostly for the consultants, have you been doing more of a line grade typical kind of submittal? Getting
Yeah.
the district buy-in, locking the things down before you do some of that?
We haven't.
No?
We haven't had the chance yet.
Yes.
Read it.
Okay.
We have definitely, especially on roundabout projects
Yeah.
or more complex geometric projects. We'll do a preliminary submittal. Yeah, I think you have another question that you'll get to later about like model reviews.
Let's go back.
We'll go back to that.
Can I real
ahead.
fast? One thing that I haven't had the opportunity to do yet on a project, but I want to, is not submit storm sewer profiles and elaborate storm sewer design in stage 1. Because I think that has really been killed by the process that we have with ORD. The modeling takes so much longer, and it's driving the storm sewer design later. It's driving all of that a little bit later. And then because the production is so difficult, and I know we're trying to make it a little bit better with the table and everything, and we don't have to put all those labels on, but the time crunch on those, getting those storm sewer profiles to look any good, and then struggling with level displays and making everything show up. And by the way, Matt, none of your samples yet have showed other existing utilities in your storm sewer profiles.
That's fair enough.
I'm just saying, that's a challenge.
I think for anyone that's been around for a while, those are the same plans. I wasn't trying to reinvent the wheel. Anyway, comment here says, preach it, Kathy. Good job. Okay. So you guys all kind of knocked the downside of everything. What have you been able to do better? What are successes or process improvements have you had because of ORD or compared to GeoPack or Civil 3D?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna make a joke. You're good.
Okay. Well, one major thing that I think is much better is being able to easily and very accurately do little profiles. For example, at an intersection, the radius return, or a ditch profile, which can be, a very accurate way to incorporate the ditch profile into the model, and curb ramps, and you can much more accurately like connect the dots with things when you can draw a quick profile, and that doesn't ever show up in your plans, but it allows you to figure something out or design a corner or little things. That's a much better way than what I used to do with a spreadsheet and interpolation and stuff. So
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that. Just like the finer detail parts of design. I can't imagine doing a roundabout with GeoPack. I never did. And then ORD came along, and you're right. You can look at every little profile. find out, all the grades and everything, and then see the model get built and make sure there's no weird areas, in your inscribed circle diameter, that kind of thing. So that's definitely been a benefit.
I would piggyback on that. I mean, it's like the analysis piece of it is just so much quicker and easier to get an answer on. Like especially like utilities, utility clearances. If you have anything crossing over, just throw a quick profile over top of it, pull it up on your screen, show it to whoever is reviewing quickly, rather than having to step through some long process to get that on paper. And some of our reviewers are familiar with using ORD, so it's easy to just jump in and see the different pieces, parts that they're interested in seeing at that point. I've even pulled it up in meetings with clients and shown different pieces, parts that they're interested in seeing. So makes the analysis piece easier.
Makes you look better because you can make quicker decisions, right?
Yeah.
In front of them. Yeah.
Yeah, the clearances, I 100% agree. I don't want to say I'm looser with my storm sewer design, but I throw it all in there and then I can see if it's in conflict with something, where before I was having to figure out elevations and going down and pavement and all that jazz, and now it's just there and I look at it real fast and it's done. So.
Anything to add, Michael?
Yeah. They covered it.
Anyway, do you guys all agree with everything we're saying so far? I think probably see a lot of heads nodding. So. I tried to not stick specifically to ORD. I know that a couple of you said you might not be able to tackle this, but has anybody looked at the Open Bridge modeler, sort of the beta workspace that we have out there? Is anybody using that? Did you?
I mean, they're using a little bit on Brent Spence
Okay.
from AECom's to Ohio side. That's about the only thing they've worked on. I haven't heard anything bad about it. Nothing good either. But they're good.
Hey, no news is good news, right? Anybody else? I know Sam's not.
Well, we don't have any experience, I don't think, in Ohio with the ODOT Open Bridge Workspace. We have had other offices in our company that have modeled a bridge for us in Open Bridge, and then we're able to reference that into our roadway plans or sections, and that's been really useful, nice visually, but we haven't done it in Ohio.
So far, you've just kind of used it for maybe just visualization of the.
Yeah, to see it in the section, it's nice, and just to looking for conflicts or
The presentations I've seen on it, it looks really good, like how you can cut sections and then even down to the rebar, and if something changes, that section changes instead of having to detail it out. So I know our district was interested in it, but we've talked before about that. So
It's another workflow change that
it's a huge workflow change. That's actually what I was going to add. When we do kind of finalize that workspace, I don't know that there's going to be a huge push to say you're going to have to use it. There's going to be a transition period where we're hoping a few of you will take it and say, oh, this is great. And kind of push everybody else along to catch up. Like, hey, they're doing cool things. We need to do cool things too. But
I would echo that. It's just a big concern. Our bridge staff do not model. So now we would be asking them to model. I think younger staff would be interested in it, but some of the more experienced staff won't be super interested in moving over to it, especially if you look at taking that design time and moving it to modeling efforts and how they would be compensated for that. So
yeah, because we're not paying for it. Okay, switching back off of Open Bridge, how many other clients do you all work with, or other workspaces do you all work with, and how do they compare to kind of ODOT's ORD workspace, I should say?
We've worked with a few and they're further behind, a lot behind.
Yes. So what we wanted to hear.
We don't have a lot.
Anybody else? Bakers?
Yeah, we've developed workspaces for a couple different states and just digital delivery for a couple different states. And once again, I'm talking about drainage because it's what I do, y'all. I've had, people from my company from different states reach out and like, hey, are you having problems with this? Hey, are you having problems with this? And luckily I can say, you know what? The ODOT workspace has this under control because they have those drainage and utility options where, the single source of truth, it says that. So like, I do get to tell them, I can't help you. I'm so sorry. So we are way ahead of the curve on that.
Good. Anybody else?
I would agree with that. I work closely with the Indiana office, and I know that their office had to develop a lot of stuff that they use to be able to develop plans in ORD for NDOT projects. Michigan, it seems like they have a pretty good handle on like what forward path they want to take it. They have a ton of levels, and mainly for quantity purposes. They're thinking that estimating piece really early. I work with some Florida people. Florida's workspace is very macro heavy. So it's pretty, you have to know those macros to be able to work in ORD. They have a very specific way that they want their plans and their CAD deliverables.
I would say, I really like our workspace. There's a lot of good things. I worked for West Virginia's DOH back in my consulting days, and I don't want to knock them too bad, but it wasn't great, but I think there are some things we can learn from other DOTs. I like how Florida used a lot of civil cells. I know we haven't leaned into that side of ORD as much in our workspaces, but it seems like, I don't know, like it might be a good thing to add some of those types of things.
So part of this question is to get feedback from you all. What can we steal from somebody else that might make your jobs easier? So,
Oh, I see now what this question was about.
it's kind of, what do you want to see?
Civil cells.
Civil cells? Anybody else? Oh.
Or do you want me to talk? Like, I have more workspace stuff if you want to.
Oh, you want to go? Go for it.
I can, but I don't.
Hey, we have all the time in the world now. Just depends how long you sit here.
I want you to do the drainage and utility land uses
Oh,
instead of the catchments. And I feel bad because I could have just told you guys this before I did it in front of everybody. But yeah, I think the land use works a lot better than the way that we have the C values assigned by catchment. It'll calculate it for you. I want my job to be less.
that's the mic.
Established that.
Yes.
I don't know if it is out already, but we have already set up that for different, drainage.
Yeah. Oh,
types.
perfect. I hadn't seen that in the workspace yet. That's
They're
great.
new feature definitions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Super.
I think that's in this sort of pending update.
Okay.
So that we sort of already said. What else would you like to see in our workspace? If you could choose to improve or add something. Nothing.
Nobody else?
Perfect. Anybody in the
I think the
audience?
drainage, yeah.
Adam? Oh, JD says in the chat he thinks the land uses are out already, so this should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
There
a
we go.
comment that we have been getting on centerline plats and right-of-way plans is that they want to see the proposed monuments, concrete offset monuments, monument boxes, those types of things in the centerline plat, but they don't want to see all of the iron pin set for all of the right-of-way takes. Problem is, they're all in the same feature definition and all on the same level. So we have to get real creative with some of our workarounds to provide those sheets the way that they want them. This is something I mentioned to Kyle last week at the PLSO conference. But it's some of those types of things where we need more feature definitions and we need more levels. And I know there's already a lot, and I know that makes some people cringe, but there are some things that are being required in plan sets that particularly some of the feature definitions are just a little bit behind on. That being,
how did the levels haven't changed from the 8I and Geopack did?
Well,
what did you do before to handle it?
You're right. The levels have not changed. The plan requirements have changed.
Okay.
And what they want to see in the plans has changed. And it wasn't that long ago that they wanted to see all of the proposed monuments on the centerline plat. So, this is a relatively recent thing. As far as other states, I just recently got into Kentucky's. And let's say they are a long way behind everybody else. So
Easy. They might be on the phone.
then this is good for them to hear.
All right. Thank you for that. So that's that one. I wasn't sure if I even wanted to throw this out there, but if you could change something in L&D production standards, what would it be? I think I heard whether or not to show seating and earthwork, maybe even on a cross-section sheet. There was something else earlier I thought about, someone mentioned.
I would say just get rid of the cross sections altogether. And
I concur.
Who concurred? Who was that? Someone over here? All right. Nothing? Anything? I think it's going to be a hard sell at this point to change what's been done for a long time, but it's something that makes sense. We might be able to push it through.
Unfortunately, the cross sections are a review crutch at this point. It's sort of like there's districts that want to see the pavement buildup. They want to see the under drains. They want to see the guardrail. I've gotten comments to put all of those in there, and then I'll just say, well, it doesn't say that in L&D, so you can pay me to do it.
Sam,
Extra.
what does District 4 see on a cross section?
District 4, it depends on who you ask. It's all over the board on what people want to see.
Sam, can you take Volume 3, 1310.2 back to the district?
I'm going to get it tattooed right here. Yeah, that's a tough one.
We want to go digital delivery now or no?
Well, wait, one thing I would say about the L&D Volume 3, we still have to label too many things in too many places that then you have to back check. It's like, oh, let's make sure that I edited it here and it changes here. And I don't know how you remedy that, because it says in the plan and profile sheets, you have to label this stuff, but then maybe it says in the intersection details, you have to label it too. Like, if we could just put stuff in one place and not get the comments like, oh, you need to label it here too. But like, can't you look at this other sheet?
So
good point.
I'll add to that for the non-ODOT folks. We did a lean event with all the districts and central office participated. We called it Plan Modernization. We went through every section. How did it work? We had a full day workshop that all the people that participated broke into 3 groups. Each group was supposed to go through a sample set of plans, which was a big interchange project. So it had a lot of components in it, as well as the L&D, and look at things that we could remove, improve, eliminate. The consensus kept coming that everyone wanted to add in more stuff to the plan and remove it. So unfortunately, not a whole lot of effort came out of it. The cross-section thing that I showed earlier was kind of one of the things that that got pushed back a lot. So that was sort of some of that, as well as the updating the sample plans themselves. And then, yeah, it turned into an effort going the opposite direction of where we were hoping to go. So we get it. We hear you. I don't know.
I know. I don't have a way to tell you how to do it. So
This might be a bunny trail, but in the sheet manager, we have like cross-reference tool. Does that, when you put that in the PDF, can you click on that sheet? Does it direct it to that sheet?
I think I'll say in the old days it did. And that was turned off because something was breaking. JD's online, I'm sure.
So JD, yeah, if we can get that working, I think what we can kind of move towards then is more cross-referencing. So like point at the details, say, hey, if you want to know more about this, go see sheet 58, and then it'd make it easier on the reviewer. They won't have to go fish for it. They could just click on it. And then I think it would solve 2 problems. The reviewer can easily navigate to it, and then the designer doesn't have to put in the extra detail. That's just my 2 cents.
I'm pretty sure that still works.
It still works.
Yeah.
I'm just going to catch up on the little chat here. Typical sections should be simplified. Primary need is show pavement buildups.
Yes.
Edge details.
Sections have gone crazy.
I completely agree with you. And that was one of the bullet points we were going to carry forward from the plan mod. As I went through L&D, I thought it was pretty clear what should and shouldn't be shown on there. So if you start to run into issues, I'd say let's have a conversation. We can get reviewers involved and maybe try and back off on this a little bit. Included in that group was not only designers, that plan mod group, but the ODOT construction personnel, some of the ODOT. So we're trying to get all aspects from policy at central office to designers to reviewers and field staff as well. JD said that's on the list to add back in some bugs, initial releases. Also heard people don't use the cross-reference app.
Adding bugs.
I heard you say add bugs back in.
Sorry, I mumbled. My wife yells at me all the time. It's on the list to add back. There were bugs in the initial release.
Oh, the sheet index.
I also heard people don't use the cross-reference app. So
We don't use
I
it.
think that's probably why it's been low in the priority. You guys use it?
I do.
I used to a lot.
Anybody else over here use it?
I use it.
Couple hands.
Thank you.
30% of the audience. Okay.
What's total of them?
What'd you say? Yeah. So Bruin's comment is if it's a small plan set, it's easy enough, but a big plan set, not worth the effort. Maybe I paraphrase too much. Is that fair? A couple folks are saying they're using that. So using tags and pen tables. Okay. All right, let's sort of switch gears a little bit. We're looking forward into the future. Rachel mentioned earlier, it's grant with ADCMS. A lot of the things you guys have mentioned as far as reviews and cross sections could potentially be handled with some digital delivery type workflows. Maybe not digital delivery, but digital reviewing tools and things. So I want to know if you're using it or your company is using these sort of things to do those kind of tasks. So this is more for, I guess the way the question is worded, have you worked directly with any contractors in any capacity or using digital delivery workflows or model-based delivery in lieu of traditional plan sheets?
In Ohio, we haven't, but I do know that Kiewit, AECOM's worked with Kiewit to do some of that in like Texas projects.
Okay. Any design builds? Anybody here? Design build folks doing that kind of stuff? Couple of heads shaking.
So I'm on the digital delivery pilot project. Our first deliverable is due this Friday. I'm super excited and also super anxious about it. Working with a contractor has been great so far. We haven't given them anything, but we had discussion on like in terms of the brake lines they want or a mesh. And I'll be honest, I didn't understand most of it. Luckily, my colleague here did. If you want to talk to him, he's happy. He would discuss it with you. But being able to give that to them, I think is going to be fantastic. I do have concerns that when this deliverable goes in on Friday, I think that the plans do a lot of hand-holding to reviewers. I think most of our work we do is so that somebody can review it as fast as possible. And I think that this digital delivery takes that crutch away. And so I'm really intrigued to see how it goes, both for the contractor and the team that has to review it at this stage. We'll update you later.
Ruben, you were shaking your head. What have you guys wanted to, or what have you provided to contractors that way? Sorry for calling you out.
Yeah, we have provided brake lines and geopack days that we would do that. But then, yeah, we've provided terrains, and of course, they all translate into Trimble Business Center. So,
and then I'm going to pick on Joe since Kathy called you out. What have you, just a couple bullet points, what have they been wanting to see on this project?
The 3D brake lines and just a finished grade terrain.
Okay.
For the project, like project wide finished grade. That's basically it.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
And that's from our experience in a different state too.
Same contractor, or different contractor?
Different contractor.
I would say on projects that it's not an official digital delivery or like a contract document, but I would say almost every project I've worked on, the contractor has asked for a terrain. We do provide that. I don't know that I'm not sure how they translate that data to what they're using, but that is something that we provide almost on every project that I've worked on.
Okay. I think in some fashion, it is part of our deliverable today, whether people are using it or, I guess my question was more, hey, are you working directly with a contractor? Have they said they wanted something different, more or less than what we're asking for? Still seems like it's all over the place. In fact, we still get contractors that say, or request the files that we know we've published with the proposal, but this was sort of loaded too for at least one person here. Has your firm embarked on any digital delivery projects in Ohio or across the country? So maybe not just one person, in which design staff, mainly what I was getting at here in Ohio, or that would typically work on an ODOT project, have been involved in? And if so, could you give some?
Oh geez, was that for me?
It's for anyone. I mean, you guys are.
Does anybody else?
All of you are national firms except Sam, right? So.
Doing my work on the side, so.
Careful. You're being recorded.
I think the coming into this 3D deliverable project, no concerns about making the corridor. Everybody's doing that. We're doing that already. We've been doing it to get cross sections. Not even really super concerned about the drainage, which is also in 3D, or the utilities, which we've already put in 3D. It's the 2D stuff. What are we doing for the traffic control? What are we doing for the lighting? What are we doing for the MOT? Is it okay if it really is just still 2D? Can everybody get all the information they need from going into what is called the federated model on the infrastructure cloud? And then we're not labeling everything. Anybody can go into this and measure things that they need to measure and click on things that they need to click on, and the information's there, but we haven't displayed it all for everybody to see. And it's been great on our end. We have a deliverable on Friday. We're changing a curb line. That would not happen in a plan set. I'd be like, it's too late. We can't update all the intersection details. We can't update all the labels on the plan sheet. But yeah, go ahead, because all we do is move it. Everything updates. We'll maybe move a light pole, but we don't have to change all the elevations. So that is fantastic. It did allow us to crunch that schedule. I mean, once again, it's due on Friday, and we just got it's a roundabout. We just got the line grade typical essentially reviewed and back to us. That isn't something you could do on a regular project, get it a week before it's due. So certainly helps in that regard. But as I've already said, I'm interested to see how the review goes.
Anybody else have anything to share, Adam?
So what are you submitting? So is it like a federated I model or okay?
Yes.
And a follow-up question to that is, how many of you are using federated I models as part of your internal review process?
Is anybody? No.
I think that was sort of another question, but I'm glad you asked.
We haven't even had the training. This is like it's a moving process. Like our training for how to review in the iModel is in 2 weeks or a week and a half. I don't remember exactly. So I'm excited to see that. I will say, as someone, once again, who works in drainage, sorry, you guys, I keep, the initial training on the iModel, I'm like, I would rather be looking here to do my drainage work, because as a drainage person, I need to see like the whole thing. And the corridors are all split up into 5 models. So when I'm looking at drainage, I have to bring in 5 models and all the alignments. Like I have to bring everything in, and that is cumbersome and difficult and slow. But man, you get it in the iModel and like I can move around. It's all right there. I can measure things way easier. So I do think we're going to come out thinking I'm hoping we're going to come out thinking it's great.
Because it's something that we have discussed internally. I just haven't put together a process yet for both our designers on how to create the iModel, which is a very simple process, and our reviewers on how to be checking the design, which can alleviate some of that pressure of plan production so early on in the process compared to the way we used to do it, where plan production was the only way that the reviewers could see the design itself. So I was just curious to see, especially because all of you are coming from much larger firms than what I'm at, if anybody else has made this switch and how it's going. So sounds like nobody has.
I
So
guarantee if you come to OTEC, the person from our firm who does this nationally is, I think, doing a presentation. And he will talk about it.
I think all of these firms are doing this stuff in other areas,
Mhm.
maybe just not here in Ohio. Would you guys agree? Anybody done anything like this? I like it, Adam. I mean,
I like it too. It's a matter of getting the process in place.
and that really, again, circle back on the ADCMS grant. That's one of our main goals is how do we do this? How do we make it work from the early stages of review all the way through contracts and estimating and bidding, so everybody understands what they're looking at and can work with and consume all of that information. So, and the project Kathy's talking about, I've been engaged in. It is in Wood County on US 23 State Route 105.
23 and 105, yeah.
Yeah, 23 and 105 roundabout. It's a progressive design build project where they're working with Kokosin to do all this, and it's sort of going to lay some groundwork, find the things we don't know, and help us learn and build off of that.
That hosted by
No, Baker.
One thing about it that's interesting is we have had to sit down and, we sit down and talk to try to lay out a bunch of stuff and processes. And because it's a design build, we, as we're talking, we're like, okay, well, if this was a regular design bid build, we would do this. But because the contractor's here and we don't have to make sub summaries or whatever, we've gone a few different directions, but have had those caveats like, oh, if it was this kind of a project, we'd do this and go this different direction. So I think even coming out of it, we'll have, I don't want to say options, but options.
On the same line, I think we sort of touched on it, but what design review tools or applications are you using now? I guess let's think of it in the PDF or plan sheet deliverable. What are you using now to review plans? Bluebeam review.
Yeah.
Some paper markups. Some folks in my office laughed at me because I printed out plans and marked it up with a red pen recently.
And then you scanned them and they were completely useless garbage, weren't they?
Did you guys read them? I don't remember. I gave it to these guys. Yeah, they probably were. Probably couldn't read my handwriting.
To do a model review, unfortunately, we do a bunch of screenshots. Like somebody's looking through it and they're like, oh, look, this template's wrong or component's wrong. You take a screenshot and put it in a Word document and say, this point name is wrong or what.
Interesting.
That's what we're doing now.
That's
Are you using the design review? Somebody help me with the term. You can flag issues.
Can you do that?
Create an issue and then you can assign it to somebody. Hey, Kathy, go look at this, and then you can comment back.
In which software?
Infrastructure Cloud.
Oh no, we haven't done that yet because I haven't learned how to do it.
Okay.
But hopefully.
So just thinking about model reviews, I guess. So we have a lot of younger engineers with a couple years of experience that are, starting to do some of these designs, around doing all the roundabout profiles, for example. So my process has become like, I'll just get into all of their profiles and just go look at them as if I were designing them and see like, is this set up in a way that makes sense? And I'll kind of, I make them kind of set it up in a way that I can track what they did, but I'm directly in the profile view in order to check the profile. And that's long before we put it on any sheets. And so then I'll go in there and take a look at all of the profiles they've done, see if it tracks with the process and that, things are done correctly. And then I'll just set up a meeting with them and kind of go through my feedback with them rather than trying to write it all out. Because I was trying to write it all out in a separate, document or email them this long list of things I thought they needed to correct. But that took me forever, and then it takes them forever to digest it. It's not very efficient. So I found it a lot better to just schedule an hour with the designer and kind of go through each of the things that they laid out, just directly in the profile view or in the geometry view, or like looking at their model together section by section. Does this make sense? And just talking it through. They take their own notes and then they know what they got to go back and correct. So that, I don't know, I'm sure there are other like review process, and that takes, I'm a designer, so that takes me having the skills to know how to go in and interact with the design. Maybe that's because we're blessed and cursed by not having a lot of really, let's say, seasoned engineers that want to insist on reviewing on some paper. So, if I'm doing the review, which is what's happening a lot lately, is I'm just getting in there with the designer and going through it with them, giving them feedback directly, having them make adjustments.
Or over the shoulder.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is no one's found a magic tool for design review other than paper.
We're in an interesting time where we're living in two worlds at the same time, and I think that's why there's really no one solution right now, So
I was hoping someone would come. Well, you need to look at this.
But I do have some reviewers who are hesitant to get into ORD drawing, but they said there's so many tools, the panels. I was like, maybe we could just make like a simple workflow for reviewers. So there's just the analyze tools, just to give them a little, I don't know, at ease to get in.
I think once they see something like Bentley's infrastructure cloud,
That's the solution.
That's the solution, because there aren't a lot of tools.
Yeah.
It's sort of made for that. It's web-based. They don't need any special installation of any software. Can't break anything.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, what other tools are in your toolkit, your design or production toolkit, other than stuff we've already talked about? Anything you're using? Or you don't want to share because that's your trick? Nothing?
I don't know that we're using a separate program, but maybe using other functionalities within Open Roads. Like I was talking about seating, we do a lot of reports on meshes, and you can use Copilot to write you a code and pull out all of that data, because it might be several miles long of data, which is really cumbersome to go through. So it maybe using some of the functionalities that are there differently, which is developed by some of the staff, or less experienced staff, thinking of it differently than we have.
A consultant shared with me a workflow for seating, since you mentioned it, a long time ago. It worked, but the process was to get to the end. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to explain that to anybody else. It just, so if you're able to come up with some other workflows to do those things, then Great. You maybe don't have to share your secret sauce, but we would appreciate it too.
I think it just needs to be like an erosion control.
What's in your?
We'll figure it out in our 3D look.
Yeah, we're paying you guys. to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything to add to your hydraulic design toolkit? Anything you're
I will say, and I don't know that everybody agrees with me on this, but we do our storm sewer design in Open Roads. Use Open Roads Designer, Drainage and Utilities for that storm sewer design, flex tables, output, all that jazz. But I still use CDSS for inlet spacing, and I still use CDSS for ditches because I don't think that the workflow is faster in Open Roads, especially for ditches.
have we figured it out yet? Okay.
We haven't pursued I know in 2024 there's some new functionality. We're not there yet. But yeah, I would say storm sewer. I mean, I'm actually working with the Open Flows group now to try to resolve some of the discrepancies. I've done a lot of testing between CDSS and ORD drainage, mainly on the inlet spread. One thing that I don't like is we don't like in our office is the report out in ORD drainage for pavement drainage. It's not giving you those critical areas that spread coming into your SAG location where we know that we see violations where you see it now in CDSS. So and we have, I mean, we've done CFD modeling on all of our drainage inlets through Argonne Labs in Chicago. So we know how they're comparing to HEC 22 equations. So and it's pretty close. We feel pretty confident. So yeah, we're working through the process right now. I've done a lot of testing. I think just kind of waiting to hear from the Open Flows group if there's any more fine tuning we can do in the storm sewer and the pavement drainage. And then if we kind of just hit I think we're kind of hitting a standstill there more than likely. So I'm in the process of we're working on putting together a user guide. Similar to if you've seen North Carolina DOTs, I've talked to them a few times. They have a pretty good user guide for ORD drainage. Now they're a geopack drainage state, so I've noticed the states that adopted that are a little further ahead. So I don't know if that's a good further ahead. When I've asked a few of them if they've successfully delivered projects, the answers were across the board define successful. So we'll see. But yeah, no, I mean, we're working through it. So, I'm hoping to have something out and maybe put a small user group together, both with internal and externals to kind of see what's good about the user guide, what's bad about it, because don't want to put the time and effort into it if nobody's going to use the user guide. It kind of defeats the purpose of the name, right? But yeah, I mean, it's StormCAD engine. We've had StormCAD since like 2013, I think. So, but I have seen at least one report where a firm has submitted with the pavement drainage module. So I wasn't sure if I should reject that or not, but we accepted it. So with some commentary, but yeah, I mean, if you have any ideas, improvements, please send them my way. I'm Dustin Bowsden. I work in hydraulics with Jeff Sire and Kyle Brandon. So or get a hold of JD and he can find me. So or Matt. So
yeah, thanks. I was
yep.
Point out who you were for everybody's good. I'm going to circle back on the review thing, a comment or a question. This is more directed to Kathy. Wood 23. How are utilities or locals or right-of-way folks reviewing your model so far?
What a good question. Shockingly, Wood 23 doesn't have utility conflicts. I know, right? It's never happened before. We just cheered about it this week. There's one, maybe fiber optic line, but they're putting in a new one right now. So we just modeled it from their new plans. But we don't know how that's going to happen. We're gonna, you guys are doing the right of way plan, so okay.
The right of way was still done the way it's always been done. We didn't even want to approach that. Actually, 2 counties here. The project is right on the county line, right?
Yes.
We
Mm-hmm.
we weren't
Yep.
going to even try to. In fact, some of them aren't even fond of the digital signature. They still want wet sign. So we didn't even go there. We've been wondering how the utility stuff would work out. At some point, we're never going to get all these utility companies and locals to go in and review a model in the infrastructure cloud. So I think that's something we need to consider as how are we still going to do it? Some sort of roll plot or something in a web-based reviewer that's specific for them. Save view, or what do we call it? The visualizations, or different word for it, where you can highlight, give them go look at this view that has all your stuff highlighted, something like that. But can't remember the term for it.
Data visualization. Data visualization.
Thank you. So question 12, we kind of already touched on. Here's one that I did throw in last minute. So how do you train new CAD users? Maybe new to MicroStation, new to ORD. What are you doing to throw someone into the fire and get them working? Sam?
I sit down with them for like a week straight and just walk through all the basic stuff first, because a lot of them have never even touched CAD to like drawing a line. So I start as basic as possible. What is a model? What's a reference? And then, I don't even get a lot of them modeling. It's mostly we just give them simpler like maintenance type projects is what we do a lot. But and then eventually if they get good enough, then we introduce like a small culvert project, which is essentially all the modeling that you need to do in a very small, bite-sized portion, kind of walk them through it to kind of get them that.
I mean, I would think if you can get them trained on a roundabout, the rest of things will be easy, right? Get you thinking outside the box a little bit. I'm not going to pick on Kathy, but anybody else want to jump in? Pick on Kathy.
Yeah, I mean, I do this a lot, about every semester from universities. We have a new person coming in. So yeah, similar to Sam, I start kind of from scratch. I don't tend to do it for a week, but take the better part of a day and kind of go through just the basics of how to interact with the software and some of the basic tools and functionality. And I'll have like a kind of a dummy file, and we'll just kind of practice some of the basic tools, dimensioning, measuring, annotation, go through some of those things. And then I'll give them a task that is as simple as the simplest one I can find at that moment, that kind of uses some of those basic skills, just so they can have some practice. Basic, it's all production level stuff, and then we'll kind of go back and forth for a little while. We also have a library. We've been doing something we call MicroStation Mondays, where we have like a 15-minute internal presentation where someone's just presenting on a topic, a very specific topic, how to do this one workflow or use this one set of tools. And so every time I give them a new task, I refer them to one of those 15-minute videos. They watch that first, then they attempt it, then they can ask questions. Don't ask me. I don't want to sit down every time and explain this again. I've already explained it once. So that gives them a starting point, and then they can attempt the task and then ask questions. And we have a better learning process for them that doesn't take quite as much of our time.
Right. So is MicroStation Monday something specific to your local office or to your company?
It is specific to our local office or Ohio, our Ohio teams. We stole it from our Chicago office, who has one for their group. So yeah, there's a number of offices around the country that do that type of internal regular weekly, training meetings. And so our library now consists of all the basic functionality all the way to, higher level modeling tasks. We have it organized in a folder that they can, find certain things, and we're just every time we run into like a new skill, or ODOT changes something, okay, we'll do a new video on this new workflow or new way to do it. So that just gives us an ongoing repository of ways to assist people with things. And then every time we learn something, we make sure to record an internal video about how to do it. Because a lot of times we find ourselves doing something one time, and then it's a year before we do it again, and then we try to remember how to do it. So we're trying to get better at retaining things that we learn. And then that just helps us with everybody else that also needs to, then we can more easily delegate those tasks to anybody, because we can give them that starting point video. So
cool. Anybody else?
For us, the suggestion from our corporate office was to really lean on Bentley's training sources. So we have that's less pressure for some of us that are trying to work on projects and also teach new staff, especially when interns come around during the summer. You get a day or two of Bentley trainings, and you get a dummy file to work in alongside that, so that they're more familiar with those tools. And then we just jump into it. I'll get a project or a task lined up for that person. They're assigned with another person to help train that person. So our team is pretty cohesive. We do specific to our office. I'll do like office hours. But anything anybody's working on, we just discuss in that, and that's a way for the entire group to learn at that point. And then, I'll have sort of a buddy system for that new person. It's like, this is your go-to person for this, to help learn that new task.
I like the buddy system idea. You guys hit on some things I was going to add to. Has anybody worked for Michigan DOT? No one crosses the border. So your MicroStation Monday or office hours, we talk with Michigan a couple times a year, see what they're doing, and vice versa. They've had that idea where they call it office hours. I like MicroStation Monday better, but they open up a Teams meeting every Monday or every Friday or whatever for an hour or two for anybody that wants to participate. And I guess I was sort of going to, we've talked about it. I kind of like the idea. I kind of hate the idea, but is that something that you guys would find useful if our office kind of had something maybe on a weekly basis, but monthly kind of idea? Would you at least give us fair warning if you're going to attack us or something? No. I'll speak from my perspective being here at DOT. Prior to being here, it was all consulting work, and most of the new hires we brought in from the CAD standpoint had some sort of training prior to coming in, at least from the CAD staff perspective. The young engineer perspective was teaching the MicroStation from the beginning, which is exactly what we see here at the DOT. Someone fresh out of school. We do twice a year. We typically do 2 training sessions. One is a MicroStation class. In 2 days, you learn how to use the element select command, delete, place a line, place some text, place a couple of dimensions. And then a week or 2 later, you learn the real basics of ORD, and then their heads are just spinning. We've thought about extending and making it longer, but then you get in, we don't have time to do all that, and we get it. So you compress it and run into some of those sort of problems too. But what about, most of you have some college degree, I would assume. Are you pushing back on your colleges and universities that you've attended and saying, hey, we really would like you to start inserting MicroStation into your curriculum. Doesn't have to be ORD, but some basic. Hey, every DOT is out here using this, so your transportation course should probably be using this. Anybody doing that? Can you?
I did when I was a student and they laughed.
Yeah.
So.
Bentley is making an effort to try and do that, but I think they're going to need help from all of us to do that. So
If they give them the software for free, they'll do it.
they will.
They do?
Yeah.
It's free. They've developed the curriculum. The school just has to provide the class, and yeah.
Well, it seems like everybody is doing like a basic AutoCAD class.
Right.
And
So why
that's-
can't we do it?
That's what everybody I interview, for an internship or a new position, they're like, yeah, I did the basic AutoCAD class. Why is there no basic? I know people use AutoCAD. It's a valid program, but like, why is there not? In Ohio, it's the DOT. That's the main thing we use, MicroStation. Why aren't our universities, at least offering a basics class? It's a really good point, but I didn't know if there's any kind of like financial relationship between universities and AutoCAD it seemed like
there could be.
over my
I
head.
can't speak to that, but I can tell you Bentley wants to get back into that game. They're giving the stuff away as a student. They can go get a student license almost for no cost. I think no cost. I don't know the details of it all. I'd like to get us involved in that. We've tried to say we're interested. One of our interns goes to OSU. One of the projects they had was to realign a road or add a new road that crosses the river from the stadium. I can't remember the name of the drives, or the roads. And he said he was the only one that used ORD to do it. To be fair, we sat him down and made him go through all the Bentley class. But I asked him how he did it, if he used his ODOT computer, and he said, no, I used the license from school. So they have it. Maybe they're just not aware of it.
Most common most of the still kind of stuff. Always, it's been used in the past, and they never really look forward to expense or so that good county developers still use podcasts and 3D service areas.
So the comment for those who might not be able to hear is, the counties and municipalities are all still kind of using Autodesk and Civil 3D. So it's kind of hard to migrate. You got to have some balance there, I guess.
I would say that we did try to go into some high schools, middle schools and high schools with Bentley. It's hard. You have to have a teacher that's also going to accept or try to work in that piece into their curriculum. So it's you need the teacher piece of that to make that relationship work.
Just kind of glancing at some of the comments here. Do you guys, I know we want to end here, but you mentioned the Bentley classes. Do you rely on the ODOT training material to teach new users?
Yeah, for workflow. Yeah.
Workflow. What's it say? The Michigan office hours are every 2 weeks. Someone commented on. I think your MicroStation Monday would be effective if the questions came ahead. Yeah, I would appreciate that. If we just get blasted when we get in there, we'll never get it. Someone commented that Bentley charged for educational licenses until somewhat recently, whereas Autodesk gives free educational licenses. They have for years. I'm pretty certain Bentley said they'll basically give it away for nothing just to get it out there. So if they can't, we can kind of push on them a little bit to try and do it. I had one other thought and I lost it. Oh, as far as some folks had some ideas in the registration, we looked for ideas for this roundtable, and a lot of them came too late to be sort of included in the preparation for this meeting. but a lot of them were also geared towards more workflows. One of the things that came up over and over was, I shouldn't say over and over, but probably half a dozen times, were a lot of specific modeling that I would call a site modeling approach. So that seems like that's a topic we should probably cover in the future. How do you model a project where you're just extending a culvert, but you have no roadway work or no grading work? How do you model roundabout approaches? I forget one of the other ones, driveways, for example. So we'll probably start to focus on that. It's not that we were ignoring you intentionally, but if you registered in the last 2 weeks, we didn't really look at those kind of comments for the most recent ones. But I really want to thank all 5 of these folks for volunteering and participate. Greatly appreciate it. Hope everyone got something out of it. Thanks for the audience participation. Anything else for the good of the cause?
Just to kind of touch on this, new CAD users, maybe a little twist on this question. What about the old new CAD users? Yeah, it's gotten better. There's kind of a gap between maybe PMs and external viewers. So what do your conversations look like to kind of head off that challenge when it's not familiar with software and its capabilities? What do those conversations literally look like? It could be scoping, it could be, just an education of, what you're able to do as a designer.
So the question for the online folks is, how are we training the new old CAD user, right? Someone that maybe used stuff in the past, but have gotten away from it. And now they're circling back or have to now touch some of the things we're producing. Is that basically what you're asking? Anybody?
I think that ORD has driven a lot of the more senior engineers out of CAD work anymore, right? Because they're right on the edge reviewing stuff, doing whatever, and they're like, well, I'm not going to learn this new thing when my job is now not designing. I'm just going to repeat that you're right, there's a gap. And then the other thing, especially as we were talking about teaching this at school, we do the same thing. We put our new engineers on learning with the Bentley training, and the Bentley training is so much more heavy on like making this 3D deliverable model. And I feel like I live in this middle ground where I'm like, okay, please stop focusing on the model. I just need you to get me a cross section that looks good every 50 or 100 feet. And you're focusing on this, making the model look good. I'm like, stop. We don't have the time for that. It's not in our budget yet because we haven't moved. So I have no positive things to say about it. I just think it's exactly like Sam said, we're in the middle ground. And I have said this repeatedly, like it's going to be another 10 or 20 years before we've moved out of this middle ground transition, which just means that now our new engineers are going to be up here where we are saying, oh, I can do the whole 3D model and ignoring plan sheets, hopefully.
There's some interesting chat going on. But just adds to it, is anyone using GIS tools or looking at using GIS tools in MicroStation? No, everyone's shaking their head no.
Other than importing and exporting.
Importing and exporting.
Yeah.
MDOT office hours this week actually covered use of GIS tools within ORD 2023. I attended as I do MDOT work, shared how to use them and pull, it keeps moving on me, and pull into open source GIS data. Actually saw use for ODOT projects. Cool. ORD is making the drafter position go away as a drafter by trade. I don't disagree with that at all. I wouldn't say it's ORD. I think it's been happening for years. Okay, well, let's call it quits. Again, thank you for these guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for volunteering.
Ready to go, team.
We'll break for lunch now. We'll take an hour and just come back. Let's just say 12:45. We don't have a whole lot of content. Adam's going to go over what's new in ORD 2024, and then I'm going to try and go through JD's slides and refresh myself on some drainage stuff he was going to talk about, but it's probably going to be very abbreviated. So that's what after lunch is going to look like, and then we'll probably end a little bit earlier. So we'll come back at 12:45. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're going to get started here. My name's Adam Bates. I am a CAD support specialist at the CAD mapping office, and I'm going to go over what's new in Open Roads Desire 2024. There's been quite a few updates for this version of the software, so I probably won't cover all of them, but I will cover the ones I thought were some of the more substantial updates and enhancements. So before we get started into some of these demos that I have created for this presentation, just wanted to let everybody know if you see a red circle while I'm clicking, that means I'm left mouse clicking, and then in the yellow, that means I'm right mouse clicking, just so that you know visually, because I'm not going to call it out every time. So the first enhancement enhancement is the right to left design profile view. So in the past, you only had the left to right within your profile view, and I'm just going to demo this real quick so you get an idea of what that looks like. So I added some extra intro here, so we'll just let it go for a minute here. So this option is going to be located underneath the view attributes underneath that profile view right here at the bottom. You see right here, right to left. And currently I have that checked on. And as you can see, to the right of that view, there was the elevations now, and then also the stationing goes from right to left. Now, if we change it back, that's the default that we've been used to seeing in the past. As you can see, it's running from left to right. So just wanted to demonstrate also when we're using some of the different tools within this view. So I'm going to go into the Home tab and then go into the civil analysis point, and I can actually snap in there and use that tool, and you'll see as I'm showing, I'm just showing that that tool can actually recognize that right to left option. And then also from left to right as well. We can also see within that vertical, we can actually add in our geometry as well. And as you can see, it's actually going to still recognize that stationing as well. And then we're just going to switch it back. And here you go. You can see that the stationing is still following that. So this also adds a feature to the ability to do this with your sheets as well. So if you have an alignment that's running from left to right or right to left, you can also switch that for your sheets as well. So we'll demonstrate that as well. And then we also have that toggle option that's going to be located within that name boundaries dialog. So as you can see, by default, we have it so that we have the elevations on the left and the stations are running from left to right. And when we go to change this, you'll want to make sure you check this on first before you go ahead and run the name boundaries tool. So we're just demonstrating that option. And then when we go into the name boundaries dialog, you'll see first, obviously, we want to make sure that we locate our plan and profile sheet, and then we want to run that sheet as well from that plan group. And as you can see, when we get that dialog to create our plan and profiles, we actually have a checkbox there to integrate that to right to left. And rather than running that and taking all that time, just ran this already, and I'm just going to show you. Obviously, this is the default that everybody's used to seeing. And I just wanted to point out here that the north arrow is actually facing downward in your sheet. So now we actually get the option that we can go from right to left and you'll see how that will look within your sheet model. And now we can actually show that north arrow actually showing correctly within the sheet based off of that option. Also, the multiple profile tool is a new tech preview, and I just wanted to mention that if you ever go inside Open Roads Designer software, anywhere you're looking around, if you get a new version, it is actually designated with this little triangle with a white or a black dot, and that just means that this is a tech preview. So if you run into any issues while you're using this tool, it is the tech preview, and just let Bentley know, and they'll probably work with you to try and figure out why it's doing that, or they can update it further on in the future. So this tool allows you to view multiple profiles within a specific view. And this is going to be located underneath this open roads modeling geometry, and then underneath this vertical group here. And as you can see, we have a couple different options. We have the open multiple profile settings, add zone, and tracking analysis. So we're just going to do that open multiple profiles first. And as you can see, we have an alternative an alignment here. And just take note, when I click on that to activate it, you'll see now we actually have a multiple profile view. So now we don't just have multiple profile for design models. Now we also have them for profiles as well. And this is the dialog you'll get when you want to add your multiple profiles to that view. So as you can see, designated here, we have an active profile for this alternate, and then also we have a active for that original alignment. And that's designated off of that active in the parentheses. So we can also check these on, and we can show them in that multiple profile view. As you can see, we have the alternate and also the original, and we can also make some changes to these. So we have the station and end station we can modify. We also have the overrides. This overrides the symbology. And as you'll see when we go further on in this video, we will show this in action. So we actually have the line style, the level, the weight, and we can also change the color. So when we change the color here, we can actually see which one we're looking at. It's a nice visual for the user to see which profile we want to look at. We can also edit the end station. As you can see, it was outside of that display zone. So we can actually modify that to show within the display zone. As you can see, when we make changes to this, it'll update. And then we're going to go ahead and change the color of this profile as well. So now we have both of those profiles there being shown in two different colors, so we can come back and look at those. It just stands out easier. We can also adjust the display zone. So because if that one profile is outside of the display zone, we can actually modify that so we can see the whole thing. And just a couple of options, we can add more to this list. So if you have more profiles within this DGN, you can also add those in as well, so that you can look at the different options for that. So we can also open up the tracking analysis. So we're going to break this down a little bit. As you can see, we don't currently have anything open for this until we snap into that multiple profile view. And now you can see a display of all of the different parameters of those profiles. So as you can see, as we move along there, we can get some different parameters. One way to remove those, so let's say you don't want to see those anymore, is this add and remove feature. And that's the only way to remove it from this dialog here. Unfortunately, I don't know why it's not just so that when you turn it off, it goes away, but that's the only way currently to make it go away, so you can only see the one. And you can also add it back in by using that. So that's how you add them back in or remove those profiles. We can also change some of the settings. So as you can see, as I'm going in that view side to side, I can see all the different parameters, the elevation, the offset, the bearing. And we can actually set some different criteria that stands out for the user right here for the elevation. So I can set different criteria to be highlighted so the user can actually see that. So earlier we were talking about roundabouts and we were seeing different alignments. We can actually have all those different alignments off of that one leg of the roundabout. And we can actually compare the different slopes and elevations. So it's a nice all-in-one view. And we can add different criteria to this as well. You can add multiples. You don't necessarily, it's not just the one, you can add more criterion as well. So now we also have a sync view feature in here. So if we just, I'm just going to move this stuff off to the side here. And what this does is it allows the user to, once it's checked on, as you'll see, I'll highlight it. Now you can see it snaps. And as we scroll and pan to left to right within the profile view, it's actually going to give you a display along that alignment. So it's a nice little feature so that as you're going down the alignment, you can see where those issues are within your profiles. Also, there's a feature to sync cross sections. This just allows the user, as they put their cross sections in there, you can snap at those specific name boundaries. We can also add more filters here by the criteria that we want to display or don't want to display. And then there's also a snap intervals feature. And this just allows the user to specify where they want to snap along that alignment. So as you can see, when I'm in that view, you can see it's snapping at 25 feet intervals. Next, we're going to take a look at the name boundary profile height tool or enhancement, sorry. So this is going to be a nice feature for people that are doing borings or drainage nodes in their profiles. I had a lot to say at this point, I guess. So if we open up the place name boundaries tool, and we'll take a look at the profile right here, we're going to set up our settings. And as you can see, use projected points. And this allows us to have our drainage nodes, crossing points, and borings. So I'm going to check this off, and then we'll take a look at that within that profile view. So we want to make sure the profile view is active, obviously, right? And then we're going to select our alignment or the profile. And as I select this, as you can see, I wanted to point out when we're doing that, you'll see that those nodes are actually not getting covered by that name boundary here, as you can see, as I'm pointing out. Now we're going to go back and check that on, and you'll get to see what the tool actually does, or the setting. Now you can see that those nodes are actually going to fall within that name boundary limit that we set. So Bentley also added a cross-section sheet name boundary group setting. This can be pretty handy, I think. I didn't cover a certain setting, but you can use graphical or feature groups as well for this. But I did not show that in this just for time. But Bentley did show this in one of their videos, so I would definitely suggest looking at that. So you're going to search for named groups. And this is the new dialog for this tool and this option. You're going to create a new named group. In this case, I'm going to use drainage nodes. And then I'm going to select this add elements. So this is where you can actually set up a filter group and then create that filter group, and it's going to search your whole DGN and find those nodes. But in this case, I only had 4, so I'm just going to select the 4 elements by selecting that button. So I'm going to select my manhole here. And then I'm going to accept that, and you'll see that those elements will show up in there within that dialog for the name groups. I have 4 of them. Next, we're going to go into our name boundaries here. So this is going to allow us to create our cross sections along those specific points. So I just wanted to say that there's an event point list as well, but this might actually be a little easier for you to use depending on what you want to use it for. And that was the named groups. We're going to select that name group that we created. And then we get that, we can actually get back to that dialog as well from here by clicking this button. But there's actually a toggle there now, include name groups points only. And we're going to check that on. And then we're going to select within our design view. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sure that you have your 3D model open, because otherwise you'll get a dialog saying that you can't create those. So, and then we're going to select that, and you'll see here. Select our alignment. And now you can see it's pointed out to us with a circle around that node, and that's where it's going to create that cross section. We're going to accept those, and then we're going to run that cross section, and this is the outcome. You get that slice right there through that manhole. The other feature that Bentley added, I didn't create a video for this because I can't see too many people using it, but it is there for you. There's a maximum height setting now. And this, if you click that little calculate button, it's going to run through your whole corridor, and it's going to find out how much space that you need to view that within your sheet boundary. So if we go and hit that, it's going to calculate a button or a number there. You can modify it left or right. I would suggest, or higher or lower. I was just going a little bit higher so that, you get all of the existing, because it shows in that image there, they did not get that existing ground. But if you check it on, it'll fit within that name boundary or that sheet boundary. Also, Bentley added some visual aids to the geometry rules. So previously is on the left of the screen there. You could see it was just the snaps. Now they've actually made that a little easier for you to see, and also added a ruler there to show that it's a ruled piece of geometry. Next, we're going to take a look at the Geometry Alignment Replacer. This is actually a pretty neat tool. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So as you can see, this could be found underneath the horizontal, underneath that Geometry tab, and it's right here, Geometry Alignment Replacer. So I'm going to take a look at this alternative that we have here. And then we're going to take that existing, so we want to replace that alignment with the alternative. So we're going to select that geometry. Just wanted to show that there's 2 profiles here. So when we select this, there's that so we have the 2 active profiles within here. We got our existing one, and then we want to replace it with that alternative. It's lagging a little bit. So we get an option here to delete the new path elements. So we'll show this in a little bit in this video. Come on. I think you got ahead of me there. So as I selected that, I actually selected that option as no, and you could see that the annotations, and also we replaced that profile on that. So I just wanted to show that again. If you didn't want to replace that, you just select yes, and then it's going to replace that. See that profile disappeared. All of our annotations moved over, and then we replaced that alternative profile with this existing one that we wanted to keep. So it kind of just brings over that data from that other alignment over to your new one. And I also wanted to show that if we add a corridor along this existing alignment, we can actually bring that also over with one click. So I'm creating my corridor. I'm going to apply a new template drop along this alignment. I selected my intervals, which is 5. And as you can see, I placed my template drop along that corridor. And then I'm going to go back to that alignment replacer. I'm going to select my previous alignment, and I'm going to select my alternative. And you should see that corridor and all of that other data transfer over to that alternative alignment, as you can see there. I did want to note that this only works if that corridor is within that DGN. So if you reference it, it's not going to do that with this tool. There is a tool that we'll go over next that will do that. So the complex redefine, some of you probably have already used this in the past. It's received some improvements. So let's go ahead and talk about those. So we can find this underneath modeling, workflow, geometry, and then you can find underneath that common tools. It's right here, as you can see, the complex redefine. So we're going to first, what we need to do is we're actually going to create a new alignment that we want to move all of that data over to that new alignment change that we have. So I can't really fast forward it. I wish I would have sped it up a little bit. We're going to create a new curve right here. And we're going to use the arc spiral arc tool here to create our new alignment along the existing roadway. So we're selecting our tool here, arc spiral arc, or spiral arc spiral. Want to make sure that your feature is set. I usually forget to do that, and then I have to go back and set it. But we're going to select R2. Make sure you select Alt so that you're only selecting those elements. We're going to select our new arc. We're going to make that 400 feet. And as you can see, now we have our new geometry here. And then we're going to complex that, obviously, right? So that we can use this tool, because it won't work unless it's a complex piece of geometry. So now we've done that. We're going to go to our complex redefine. And we're going to select our old alignment. And we're going to select that, and we want to replace it with this. I did want to point out you can actually make changes to this. So you can either keep it or you can remove it. You can make a copy. So in this case, I just didn't want to keep it. I replaced it. And you can see actually our design intent for super elevation and speed design actually transferred over to the new alignment. We're not going to have to create a new one. We just moved it over and all that data comes along with it. So I wanted to show in the profile here, you can also use that tool within the actual profile as well. So if I go ahead and use my vertical tools and I do that same process, but with the vertical, I can actually select and make that curve there. So I'll select those two elements there, or tangents. Make sure you press the Alt key, otherwise you'll select the whole thing. So, and then we're going to complex that profile area there that we're wanting to make the new profile, or add it to our existing one and replace that section. So we're going to use the complex redefine, and we're going to select our old one. As you noticed, that tool dialog does not pop up to keep the old one. It just automatically just keeps it. As you can see right here, it's in that scratch level now. And it replaces it with that new one that we have in there. So next, once we've done that, I'm going to open up my KM file, and you'll see that all of that data that gets referenced in will actually also follow that new change. So as you can see right here, you can see that change has happened. If you look at that road or that drive that's coming into the side there, all you would need to do is make a little change to that. It recognizes that it's there. It just doesn't automatically follow that because I didn't rule it to that piece of the alignment. So it didn't follow it automatically. But it would just be a matter of making a change to the alignment length there. So that covers the new complex redefine. Next, we're going to go into geometry points. They made it easier to modify points after being replaced. I don't know if some of you've modified points after you placed them, but they were a real pain in the butt. And this change is definitely a welcome change. And then the next video, we're just going to look at the analysis points, which now you can add text options and also place them into a clipboard. Or clipboard and then place it into some sort of text tools. So we're just going to place a geometry point here within the design model. But I did want to make sure that everybody knows that right now I'm in 1012, just to kind of show you some of the changes that have been made in 24 later on in the video. So I'm going to select my geometry points here under the horizontal group, and I'm going to select my reference terrain, and then I'm going to make it absolute, and I'm going to select my feature. So as you can see, when I select that within that design model, we can see that in the 3D. Just follows along. I'm going to select it where I want to place it. As you can see, we get to now rotate that cell how we want. So where the problem comes in is if I want to make changes to this, it's not as easy as just clicking on it and just rotating it or making any slight changes or even references back to an alignment or a piece of geometry. So in the past, as you can see, it's separate. So right now it's just a geometry point. And then you have to go into the 3D model view and you can see now we get those 3D aspects that we can modify. So it's kind of separate. Overall, when you place it, you can't make changes as easy. As you can see here, we got that point entity 3D pull. So I just wanted to show when you select this, you can change the rotation from here. it's kind of cumbersome. It's not that easy. And you can't just select it and just rotate it. So. And you can't even just select this and kind of rotate it by using the rotate tools. It doesn't allow you. Just showing that here a little bit. So you can see, like, oh, it's rotating, but yet it's not going to accept those changes. I'm pretty sure if I went into the 3D model view, I could probably do that and it probably would recognize it. But all right, so now I've got 2024 open. And now we have that same cell that I placed in 1012. I'm going to select that cell or geometry point. And now you can see we actually get some different graphics here to actually rotate these like you would with a drainage node, right? So if you place your node, you can actually use that to rotate as well. You got those grab handles that we can grab onto with the arrows. We can grab that center point as well and move it. We can also use that degrees there as well to rotate it. So it's just made it a little easier within the design model just to make those changes versus before it was a little cumbersome to get those to change. And it's been integrated into a 3D point versus before it was almost like they were two separate things. So also from here, I did want to show that you can also still do the standard rotation here by just keying it in within the property points. But you can also, what you couldn't do in the past is do the rotate reference. So now we can actually select the rotate reference after we've already placed it, and we can rotate that reference to that alignment. As you can see down there at the bottom, now it's rotated to that St. Peter's Road alignment, which you couldn't do unless you wanted to do that while you were placing it. Now we're going to do the analyze points. So this has received some updates when it comes to ease of use. So I bet some of you have used this tool and you're like, damn, I wish it would just keep some of that data for me. And actually now it can. So it's located under here, model analysis and reports. So we'll select that. And we're going to select our alignment. So in the past, you would just get that readout along the cursor there, and you'd have to snap and you'd get that information, and you'd have to write it down somehow or take note of it. So now you get these display settings. We can place text and copy to clipboard. So if we go ahead and snap there, now it's actually going to place that text within the design model. And I also want to mention this is actually just text elements. So if you want it to look right as you're placing it, you just need to go into your drawing production and then go into the text style. Make sure that you set the one that you want to use as active. And then once you've done that, we go ahead and select that analysis button again, and as you can see, it's taken on that text style. So it's kind of a nice feature. So as you're going down, you can snap. You always come back to it. Just make sure you put it on a scratch level or something as you're using it. You can also do this off of the terrain as well. Some of you may already know this, but you can actually get that same place text and copy to clipboard to this as well. So as we're going down, we can actually select different points and show those contours. And this is where I actually go in and show you if you have Notepad, you can go into Notepad, and the very last point that you've placed, it's actually copied to your clipboard because you had that button checked on. And you should be able to just place that into Notepad. So I did that earlier. So I'm going to delete that. And as you can see, now I have that same measurement there. You can also use this in Excel or Word or whatever version you want to do. So I'll leave it up to you guys to decide what you want to do with that. But it's kind of a nice feature. I know in the past when I was doing measurements like this, I would have to snap to a point, take down that, and then snap to the next one, take down that on a piece of paper. Now it's all digital, so it's kind of a little bit nicer. You can also use this in the profile as well. I actually came across this by accident, and I thought it was kind of neat. So you can also use it there too. Yep. Yes. That is correct. You can modify the text after it's placed. It's just a text element. So it's not smart or anything like that. So if you were to move it afterwards, it wouldn't know. It's just dummy text. It's literally for just taking notes at a certain point as you're snapping along an alignment or, you know, station offset to a tree or whatever. But yeah. Yes, it does work on proposed meshes as well. No, unfortunately, it's not that specific. So it's just whatever that readout did before, it's going to give you that. And it's going to, you know, customize that to the specific thing that you snap to. Like the terrain was different than that alignment. It gave me the station offset. So, I mean, it's kind of neat. I could see some use for it. Maybe in the future they'll might make it so that you can. It would be nice, I think. Something that simple, just like, but there's civil labeler too, so it kind of does the same thing. Now the deed boundary as well. They made some changes to a deed bound, or this is an actual new tool. Sorry, they didn't have it before. It was probably a little more cumbersome before. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So as you can see, I have my taking areas. I'm going to take all of these houses. They're all going to be mine. So I'm going to take them. That's all my land now. But this is located underneath the OpenRoads modeling, underneath the horizontal tools here. And it'll be located underneath that complex geometry drop down right here. So if we select that, as you can see, you get a different icon. We get some different parameters that we can select here, which we'll go over. We got the commencing method. We've got the boundary method. Right here, we've got underneath the commencing, we have linear, none, and point. Here we have the shape element, flood, and by element for the boundary method. And then we can select our feature definition. For this one, I did the taking area. I don't know, it didn't really make sense after the fact that I did it, but anyway, just put that as T1. And you'll see later on why I did that, but we're going to select that by element, and we're just going to indicate by the linear element. We're going to select that, and then it's going to ask us for the POB location, and you can select that. So I did that, and then you can change the rotation of that geometry there by just resetting on the mouse. And I just go ahead and accept that, and it'll fill in that shape for me. This shape can actually give you different parameters if you use the annotation tools. So like if we wanted the area or the square feet or whatever, that does work with this. So I'm just going to go down. I'm going to show the point flood method. So you use the point as the commencing method, and then we're going to select the shape that we want here to flood. POB location again. I'm going to select down here at the bottom right. And then we're going to change that rotation how we want to set that direction. And then you'll see it'll fill it in. And then the next option I said no commence method. This makes it just right to the point. So we're going to use the element shape. So make sure that if you're using this, you have to have a actual complex shape. As you can see here, it highlights that whole shape. So if you want to use that, you make sure that you have a shape selected. And then we select our POV point again. Select our rotation. And then it fills that shape. So I just wanted to also show that you can use this to annotate as well. So I'm just going to show you that annotation as well. I selected my annotation by element. I turned off the override. So if you had some different overrides, you can actually annotate this however way you want. ODOT has one for this, just with the point and then some of the lengths and the direction. Also, if you go in the backstage of 2024, I don't know if this actually is an enhancement. I couldn't find anything really on it, but they did have tech preview icons on them. So I figured I'd point them out anyway. Is the underneath that import and exchange file types, they have PDF and KMZ. So they must have made some changes there. And then also the import geospatial file types is also underneath there is the shape. So they must have also made some changes in that as well. I also wanted to put in here the documentation of some of the updates, but as we all know, Bentley doesn't always update all of their new documents and stuff with everything that's been added. So take that as you will, but there's that link there. Any questions on any of it that I went over? Sure. Sync view. So when you're in that setting, yes, that's the only view that it'll show up in there. Yeah. Geometry replacement tool. Okay.
With your geometry replacement tool, when you revise your alignment, say you had to adjust it by a couple of feet to the left or right, does it reflect with your pattern lines in your cross-section file? Does it update, or do you have to redo that and then have to re-chop your sheets again?
I would assume if it's linked that it should. I haven't tested it, but I believe everything that I've tested so far with like the design intent and that all transferred over, so I wouldn't see why it wouldn't.
Okay.
I haven't looked at it. I'm going to guess that name boundaries probably don't, but
yeah, the name, the model itself
Yeah.
probably will update in the name boundary, but the annotations will not.
Yeah. That is one of the biggest ideas on the Bentley idea portal, is to have all the name boundaries update with geometry changes or whatnot, whether plan, profile, or cross section. So
I kind of feel like this is their way of giving you that smartness, but without actually being able to probably do it because it's been so long. They're intermittently adding little bits here and there that they're trying to get that way, but who knows? It would be nice, but there's a lot of aspects there. Yeah. Yeah. See, I don't think they in the software when they were actually planning this, they weren't really planning sheets. So I think they were always thinking 3D model, bigger picture, right? And now they're having to step back. So it's like, oh, as a programmer, can you imagine you had one thing and then now you're having to step back? So I feel like it'll get there. It's just when. Yeah.
Hey, Adam, I got a question on the complex shapes. So when you place those using that tool, does it rule it to whatever lines it was basing that off of? Or is it just putting it in there?
So you're talking about the deed boundary one?
Yeah, yeah.
I believe it. I don't think it's because I used just dummy lines, so I didn't try it with geometry, but I feel like if I would have used geometry to place that, it probably would have ruled.
Because the way that we do it now, we create a complex element that's just closed, and when we do that, it creates that shape, and by doing that, it rules it to each element that you're using to define that complex shape. So curious to see whether or not it's actually ruled.
I feel like it does because it's underneath the geometry tools. So I would assume that it does do that, but I haven't tested it because just didn't have time.
Yeah.
I would love to go in there and test it some more, but I feel like it probably should if it's underneath the geometry stuff, right? It just kind of makes sense.
Well, I hope it does. Otherwise, it's
kind of pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
I thought there was going to be a tool that took the deed that you the parcel that you created and also wrote the description. I thought that was part of the update as well.
That's already there.
I think there's a new tool under that geometry where Adam went to show you where that was. I think. Don't quote me on it. I haven't looked at it that much.
Well, it won't write the deed. It'll give you a start.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some of it.
Getting into detail.
It's still up to the engineer to, figure that out.
Sorry.
The geometry points now.
Yeah.
Can you use the civil AccuDraw? Thank you. Civil AccuDraw and use that to edit and move those as well?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. It's actually real 3D stuff now, whereas before it wasn't.
Anybody else? Did anything? So we intentionally planned on skipping ORD 2023. Did anything that you covered? Was there any new enhancements in 23 that we might have skipped? Or did you not look?
Oh, I'm sure there was some.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't think.
Yeah. So we're on this every other one sort of cycle, not really on purpose, but there might be other things that you might want to go back and look at. So,
well, they have a whole playlist of videos of some of these. I expanded on them a little bit more because they were pretty just like, cut and dry. This is what it is. And I was like, well, that doesn't really give you an option of what you use it for. So I kind of just grabbed some of those. But there's a total of 17 videos to go off of. So I'd definitely take a look at their playlist. And the 23. We didn't get to do that one, but there was definitely some good updates in there too. Yep. Is there slides for that? Yeah, I can take that.
So if you are coming because of this next topic, I'm sorry to disappoint you. We're going to skip this one today. The subsurface utilities, there's been a request or ask, the new LND4. I don't want to say there's anything new about the subsurface utilities, but there's been a want or a need to define the quality level of the utilities that are collected. So we're working toward identifying, creating line styles and features and survey codes so that we can go in and the line style will now say T for telephone or telecom, QLA, QLB, C, and D. I hope it doesn't clutter drawings too much because it's kind of a lot of extra letters in some cases. So I don't know. I took a stab at it with Kyle. We hadn't quite finished it up. He was going to mock something up for this, and we didn't get there. So look for something like that coming soon. We're going to skip this break, and we're going to crank through this. Tested, you want to jump? If you want to jump in on any of this, you can. You want to run with it? Okay. I like that. All right, so this was something JD had put together most of this, and it doesn't look like he's online any longer today. you can use this or.
Can you hear me? I'm online.
Oh, we can hear him now. All right, well, Tessa's going to take a stab at some of these, just the down button. We'll change the slide.
All right, I'm gonna take a stab at this one. All right.
They did tell me this morning he would like to just probably recap this in a webinar in the next couple of weeks. So look for something like that to come up.
Okay, on the drainage and utility stuff, as you know, in the previous version, we had a problem like in annotation. Annotation only worked if item type was attached to specific views, like in annotation in profile. Unless you attach all these item types in all views, you wouldn't be, annotate that element, right? So this meant for same feature, there will be multiple separate instances of item type attached. Each instance needs its value updates individually. So the drainage and utility sync app helped keep all these instances in sync with each other, as you remember. So item type property values are static, so it slows down the file too much when the properties were dynamically linked to the hydraulic properties. So why not use the hydraulic properties directly? So because the hydraulic properties are not available across the reference, as you know, you have to reference all these item types in each views, in plan view, profile view, and on all the 3D views. So Bentley tried with several releases to address this problem, but never resulted in reliable and consistent solution. So item types fix this issue with the app that JD created. So now we'll now be able to annotate of item type, single source of truths for drainage features. So now you no longer need to have item types attached to each view just to get annotation to work. In 2024, you no longer need to attach all the item types. So drainage and utility sync app updated for using single source of truth item types. So moving files from 10 to 12 to already 2024 does not break annotation. So switching to use single source of truth has a minor setback. And watch the video. How do you maximize that? Okay. So as you can see, this is also news to me. JD is trying to demonstrate that OhioDOT sync app. This is a new look for the sync app. As you can see, this is the old one, as you remember. So it's trying to show the old sync apps. So this is a new look that has a lot of stuff on it. JD keeps talking, so. So how can I fast forward it? I cannot do that. Yeah. So as you can see, he ran all this app, and you can see all the results with the new app. So I can see, you can see on the bottom there, you can see all this refresh updates and all the buttons from the old sync tools. So all the drainage utility items instance only exist in drainage utility features, and it says good. I need to. Yeah, just this goes through all the new the new look and the stuff he added on this.
Hey, Tess.
Utility item sync tool. Item time sync tool.
This video is like 30 minutes long.
Yeah, okay.
It's just showing the individual features now that we're single source of truth. So
all right,
we can go over more detail.
Separate. You can filter to the conduits and. Do you want me to skip it now? Okay. All right. On the next slide, we have what users' inputs is needed after placing node or link. We need to put the feature name. That's going to be in our drainage and utility properties. We need to add baseline references, existing action if needed. Some suffix that is if it's a for CFN or for conduits. And number 3 and number 4 examples will be to be removed or adjust to grade if you have any, and then run the updates in drainage and utility sync up anytime drainage properties are changed. So these are the things we need to input. So in this video, it's going to show us all right, I can see it's trying to look the properties for this drainage node. You can see that this you can see the file name is like D5 right here, but in this 2024 release, it is locked here in the properties element. We need to go to the drainage and utility file in utility properties to change the label. So you no longer go to the property element and change the feature names. So make sure that go to the drainage and utility properties to change that labels. As you can see, all the item types is shown. You can change the feature name as well.
So I'm just showing that the app will update that. You don't want to update it there.
I can hear.
He said he's showing that the app will update that. You don't have to manually.
Yeah. As you can see, he's changing the baseline references. That's how we get our stationings. So make sure you always do the baseline references. You can choose multiple nodes to change the baseline reference. I think he's removing from one of it. Okay, we can. He's setting up the baseline reference for these nodes. All right, selecting that node, you can see that you can see the item types. The item types, you can set the prefixes and the existing action label that to be removed or adjust to grade, just like that. We have to always manually input that. And the item types, you can see you should always if there is any conduit, you have to put the CFN number. And for the suffix as well. Those are the information, the inputs that we manually input in the properties. Okay. All right, these are the steps to update from 10.12 to 2024 release, and to update the workspace to get updated item type, library, and update drainage utility sync app. First, you need to save a backup file, open file in ORD 2024, and open item type dialog and updates from library, the OhioDOT drainage utility item type library. And I can see you can see all the steps. You can reopen the drainage utility item type sync app for hit refresh all, and we can see this in a video next actually. As you can see on this video, Jed is trying to show all the views. It's already annotated. It looks like this file is in 10.12. So all the drainage pipes are already, annotated. So how do we, update this into 2024? That is he's trying to show now. As you can see, all the annotations are shown here in all the profile and in all the views. Yeah, looking at the item types, we can see, all the item types are attached to this file for, different views. So in 2024, we no longer, need to attach that because the single source of truth is going to take care of that. So updating this from 10.12 to 2024, I would say yes. So in that case, we need to open the OHDOT drainage utility item type sync tool. Again, he's shown all the attached item types for this nodes. So basically, here's the step that how we updating this from 10.12 to 2024 version. So we can update this from the library just to make sure everything is updated. So open up the Ohio drainage utility item type SIG. So as you can see, from this table, all the items are shown here. You can see all the item types are attached. So that's from the 10.12. So we can detach them we can detach it from this, whichever element you want to detach, you can detach it. So he's detaching that item type from that node. I can see though in the profile view, there is also a profile item type attached for that view as well. So again,
But that's what this is showing is there's a bug. After you switch it to use single source of truth, once you close and reopen the file, it adds two. So it adds another one. So there's two there when there's only supposed to be one. So it's some kind of bug the first time you use it.
Yeah, when you update that, it changed to 1 now.
You only have to do this one time in the file, and then it fixes itself up.
All right, he's trying to detach, all the item type from all views, and as you can see, all the annotation is gone right now. So all the balloons are gone. All the annotations are turned to zeros. Now you can go and update all again, and as you can see, it just grab all the item type information and add it to the annotations. Now with the single source of truth, you don't do that. Yeah.
The only thing that's missing is conduits.
Yeah.
All correctly. Still have to read it. I think that's what the previous slide was showing.
Yeah, he's adding a SFN. You can with this app, new app, you can actually control all this information, even though you need to add this CFN numbers. You can add those in the new app. All right, that's the end of it. So what if I don't want to switch to the single source of truth drainage and utility item type? So only if you started drainage and already placed annotation in ORD 1012, you have an option to go back to the legacy button in drainage and utility item type SIG. In the drainage in the LND Volume 3 updates, in the plan and profile, we moved most of the proposed storm sewer into info to only be shown in table, as you know, table format on storm sewer sheets. Drainage reference value must be unique and not reused. Drainage structures references designation was D dash and number. And cross sections moved to most of proposed storm sewer info to only be shown in table format on storm sewer sheets. Storm sewer profiles added the required columns for drainage info table, updated required annotation info. Again, we have this LND manual volume 3 updates. Yeah, go ahead.
I can speak to some of this. I was involved with some of the language here. I think we'll blow it up a little bit.
You can do that.
The next slide did it. So this was, let me go back one. 1309 is the plan and profile section of volume 3. And this was kind of the specific language. You can see everything in red is the new verbiage. We're going to label in plan and profile view, we're going to label the proposed drainage structures with reference balloons in plan and profile, so you don't have to duplicate that annotation all over the place. So you're just going to give it a D1 or D2 or P1 or P2, and then you're going to reference to the storm sewer profile sheet. And then you will, we work with the Office of Hydraulics to come up with this, as well as construction, and these are the things that they wanted to see. So we are going to use those balloons, but also on the profiles for the proposed conduits, we're just going to list the size and type. We don't need to show anything else anymore, the slope or the length. That'll be covered on the plan or the storm sewer profile sheet. So so the proposed detail, what we're calling detailed now, is all that invert information. That'll all be shown on the storm sewer profiles in the sort of a tabular format. And then lastly, on the plan and profiles, if there are existing structures we're tying to, this is where you still will annotate those invert elevations, or maybe whether this is going to be adjusted to grade or removed, or anything that still might be important that may not kind of fall into the category of the storm sewer profile. I think this is a duplicate slide. Yeah. Oops, no. So 1310 is the cross-section section of volume 3. This is just highlighting that the sort of the same idea here. We're going to label the proposed structures with the reference balloons. Like Tess said earlier, they're going to be, make sure that they're unique throughout the entire plan set. Again, we'll label any conduit with just size and type. The rest of that detailed information would be shown on the storm sewer profile. And then again, label any existing information that may not be covered there. That would be required, anything that's pertinent for design, analysis, review, constructability, et cetera. I think this one's the duplicate. So again, that's cross sections. The storm sewer profile language also was revised to reflect these changes. There always was sample plan 1312-4, which then got renamed to 4A. That had always shown a sort of a schematic plan of that. And that's sort of how 4B, sample plan 1312-4B was developed. Both of those are updated now to reflect all of this. But basically it's saying here, we're going to show a schematic plan of that storm sewer system. What we don't really suggest or provide here is a scale. So you may want or need to use your judgment. A small project, the scale might be able to be larger than, a bigger project might need to be a smaller scale. And you're going to want to probably use match lines for a big project. Don't try and cram the whole schematic plan onto that sheet. The idea is also to show the profile in the same view. So whatever your schematic shows should probably be reflected in the profile view or vice versa. But here in the plan view, we're going to label the structures again with reference balloons, and then label the proposed conduit also with the reference balloon. So this would be P1, P2, and then also the size and type again in the plan and profile views. This was, it's sort of redundant, but it's less I think it's less than what we traditionally have done. That was the ask there. And then label the flow arrows as well for the plan view. I don't know if he highlighted, no. As far as the detailed structure table, it's going to include structure reference number, the alignment name, station, offset, all the things listed there that we would normally show in the big leader and the annotation. All that connected pipe information will all be shown there with, if I didn't say it, the CFN should also be listed there as well. And then there's a column for existing structure disposition or existing disposition on both the structure table as well as the pipe table. That would just be if it was an existing pipe that we're going to remove, or you'd say to be removed or to be abandoned, or depending on how you need to show that. So there's two tables. I apologize, I don't think we actually show that sample plan in this presentation, but there's essentially two tables, one for the detailed structure information and one for the detailed conduit information. So take a look at those two sample plans. They're very similar in how they're laid out, but kind of just two different examples. So that the conduit table itself would then include, sorry, this is where the CFN would be, the length, the size, type, slope. It'll list the start and end structure number. So if it starts at D1 and goes to D2, and that's how you'll generate that table. There is a workflow that uses the tables. You'll select, again, I'm not great with this one. You can select the elements that you want to build the table, and it'll populate that for us. And that's built into the workspace side of things. So it's not like you have to go key in all this information. It's going to pull it in from the information you've already told your model. So that conduit file number is required for type B conduits. This is how it's listed in the hydraulic stuff, with a span measured along the center line of the roadway 12 inches or greater, but less than 120 inches. Anything greater than that would need a structure file number. Now we're really getting into the weeds. So here's a couple examples of the plan view on the left, just with a D1 and a P1. We're saying that's existing pipe that's going to be removed. And then the center one is the proposed pipe, 12-inch type B, showing the direction and the structure at D11. And then on the right is what the profile example would look like on that sheet. This is another long video. Jump in, JD, if you got something here. I don't remember what he was trying to show.
Show an annotation.
I'm just gonna go through the annotation in plan view, profile view, and cross-section view. Then show the problem with plan view, the bug with civil labeler, and a couple workarounds.
So we're using the element annotation here and going to go annotate those. So it's giving us the flow direction, size, and type. For those of you who do this a lot, do you annotate it in your base maps or in your drawing models? Both. Or is that the dilemma sometimes? You gotta shorten up these videos. I'm gonna skip ahead, guys. I think this one's fairly long. Well, all right. He's showing civil labeler here. It's gonna go in and label, I think the balloons. So the civil labelers have two different types. There's some that say call out and some that say detailed. So they will mimic the detailed information versus just the balloon call out. If it doesn't click place in 30 seconds, I'm skipping ahead. It's just because it's all going to reference to that detailed table. You see it on the storm sewer profile sheet. Yeah. No. I'm going to defer comment to later on the rest of that. There was a lot of discussion on how this should happen and what should be shown where, and not sure we got it right or not. You can see this, yeah. This all stemmed from wanting to do roll plots as deliverables and following sort of what Florida's example. They used a roll plot, had a big schematic plan, and all profiles were on the same sheet. And we haven't had a huge deal of acceptance with roll plots. So this idea came up, and this is what it's become. So there you see the P number there. I'm going to skip ahead the rest of this. That was a bug, he said. Someone asked here, any thought on how to tackle extremely long profiles with multiple match lines? Are we allowed? Show schematic only plan first and then profiles with the labels. I would say, yeah, that's probably acceptable. Just put the profile right behind kind of that schematic sheet view. I imagine on larger projects, you might have a schematic view and then one or two profiles, or maybe the table gets so big, your profiles come behind it. I'm curious to see how it works out. Here's your process. Again, lay out the network, run the drainage sync tool, create the profile runs. That bullet point there, obviously it says workflow change. You're going to project those runs onto the center line and then create your name boundaries and annotate. And I'm going to skip this for the sake of time here. Or should I let it go? Let's see. It's
yeah, I think on the previous video in 2024, now when you do a profile run, it's not going to let you select project to profile run to your center line. In the previous version, you can choose a center line in a drainage file, but in this version, it's not going to let you select the center line. You have to be in a BK file, which is the alignment file, to project your profile into your center line. So that's basically shown.
You can call Bentley on that one. They flipped the switch and turned that off. The option that was available previously. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, they said it's causing another issue. So.
The idea is it's still shown there, just with that limited annotation. I get it. Well, I tell you, let's leave it at this. We'll welcome your feedback. I can't promise you anything can happen, but we'll capture it and share it with those who were involved. I'm going to skip through this here. This is what those tables are going to look like when you annotate them. There's a link there to the one of the sample plans at the top. So if or when you go back and review these, this will be available later. You can click on that and look at the actual sample plan. We've updated the YouTube playlist for all these videos that you see here. We're going to remake some of the utility videos, so it's kind of the same workflow. And then the wiki base page or the knowledge base will be updated soon as well. What's left? So there's some things that will cause problems. So copying a file, it's suggested that you do a save as instead if you need to copy a file. If you're using ProjectWise, freeing a file can potentially cause problems, and not hitting the save button. I'm not sure what that one is referring to. And then having files with the same name. So I guess if you have file in the same folder or whatnot, or a different folder with the same name, potentially that could cause an issue. And why? I'm not sure why. Sorry. I'm not going to try and cover that. So, questions, comments?
If you have a question, ask JD.
Yeah, you can ask JD. This is Josh, you mind grabbing the mic? This is out. This is published right now in the January update of the L&D. Someone asked this morning when you should implement it on your projects you already have going on. You can reach out to us or your PM at the district if you have questions. If I don't want you going and changing anything, it's near complete. So let's not rework things if we don't have to. There was a question earlier this morning when we talked about, there was I don't know if a question or comment when we showed the cross-section view with the subgrade only, about the annotation group that we have still will annotate the slope of the pavement. This is a little bit difficult, I think, on our end to control because we're annotating anything that's on top of the model. If you get creative and go in on your project, and this is where it gets tricky, I can't modify the annotation group for every typical section. So get creative and go in and you can modify that annotation group and say only everything a certain offset. So if I have 2-lane roadway, I only want to annotate things 12 feet left or 12 feet to the right. So you might have to modify the annotation group. But if you have 3, 4, 5-lane divided highway, from the standards perspective, what's built into that annotation group, it'd really be hard for us to kind of manage that. The other option would be to modify that annotation group so that you're only annotating specific points from your template. Again, it's hard for us to anticipate all your end conditions, what your point names are going to be. So you can kind of go through and modify that. If you need to learn how to do it, we can help point you in the right direction. I'm sure we missed some other questions or comments, but that was one I meant to get to this morning and forgot about before lunch. I don't know if there's anything else anybody else has. Again, I want to make sure to thank the folks that came and sat on our panel. And we'll let you all get going early unless you have something else you want to talk about. That is built into it right now. Well, I tell you, it is possible. The way we tell it is if it's 10%, someone could help me. Less than 10%, it gets annotated with the slope percentage. And greater than that, it gets annotated with the ratio, so 4-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1. So it's possible it can be built in or modified to say, don't do that. We're just trying to give the default annotation group, we're just trying to give it, hey, go annotate this stuff the best you can for the most use cases, and then you guys as users can tweak it for your specific project. So I don't know if that helps or not.
Going back to the utilities that you didn't talk about.
Did
Have you considered putting ownership on there as like, I guess, an item type? We've been getting a lot of comments to put the owners on our utility lines.
I don't know.
I'll put in a suggestion on the website.
Could you? Yeah, I'll forget. But if somebody remembers that, we'll talk to Kyle and see. Is it because you want to annotate it or just because you want to know? Yeah. Well, eventually, again, you get into the digital delivery kind of workflow. It's going to be important to know who that is. And, do we have to go down to the poll number that's, attached to it? Could be useful. It might not be. So. Anything else?
Can we explain to people about how you cut pipes that are skew? It looks weird.
I can't.
No, you can't tell ODOT people, hey, they're all not circles.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would handle that one.
So piggybacking on Kim, I think you mentioned about using ORD tools in different ways for depending on what you're doing for proposals and things like that. I like to use ORD sometimes. Is there or can there be thought put towards existing features in our templates like barrier, curb, guardrail, stuff like that? I know we're designing proposed features, but just kind of piggybacking off of using ORD in different ways.
That's been brought up a couple of times, and it has been on the to-do list for some of those that you mentioned. Barrier, curb. I don't know how much you want to get into it. It should be. It should be in your terrain file, I think. But I've also saw terrain recently that had type C barrier, and the survey went from the toe, it followed it up to the top, and then went back down on the other side. No, I get it. Yeah, I get it. In that case I'm talking about, you don't want that barrier to be included in your earthwork quantity. So I get what you're saying. And there's been a few of those requests, but hasn't been a high priority, I guess I'll just say. We can think about it.
Thank you. So the civil analysis tool only works in the design model. Is there any talks about getting to work in a drawing model? Or
go to the Bentley Civil Ideas portal.
Got it.
Plug it in.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that is there. So if you find that one, search it and then vote for it. If you can't find it, put in a new one. Don't say that, Adam. I think that's already there. So I'm just trying to read the chat here. One of the comments from a district person here, the district will provide the conduit file number. So when you're working through your project, coordinate with your project manager. They can get you that information to include. Don't try and make it up on your own, because they have an app that will generate that number once they put it in. I'm not following the other kind of thread there, so. I probably don't know the answer to your question.
I guess it's another suggestion. We have to now fill out that spreadsheet for ODOT with all of the information on all of the pipes.
Are you asking or?
No, I'm telling you. I'm sorry. I'm slowly processing it.
Okay.
Is that what it's called?
District 4 has this.
District 4 has it, but we did it for District 12 too. I can't remember if it's the culvert. We're filling out that spreadsheet now with all the information. It used to be the LD. LD4? Was it the LD4? Yeah.
It looks really similar to the stuff that we're putting on the storm sewer profile sheet, like begin node, end node, begin elevation, end elevation, pipe type, like who owns it, and then the CFN. And so it feels like maybe there could be some coordination between like this thing that ODOT hydraulics maybe makes us do and that direct output from that.
If you could send us a summary of that workflow or what you're doing, we can try and talk through that with whoever needs to see it. All right. Well, unless there's anything else, thanks again for bearing with us. We had a few illnesses. We punted. I think we did the best that we could. So if you had any comments or questions, and thanks again to our panel folks for putting in some time on this. Appreciate it.